Star Trek Interplay, a new classic TOS story.
Three suns are burning in the void. A world abandoned, a cruel noise. Something's wrong beneath the skin. The truth is out, let the hunt begin. Switching roles, we wear the face of who we are. Another's place. The masks we wear, the lies we tell. Only the stars will know so well. A captain's heart, a science soul. Two lovers fighting for control. But deep inside the conduit dark, a silent scream, a dying spark. Switching roles, we wear the face of who we are. Another's place. The masks we wear, the lies we tell. Only the stars will know so well. I am not who you think I am, but maybe neither are you. We are all imposters here. The question is, what's true? Switching roles, we wear the face of who we are. Another's place. The masks we wear, the lies we tell. Only the stars will know so well. Enterprise, heading home.
Chapter 1, The Orbit of Folian 4. Stardate 5928.5. The Enterprise hung like a silent sentinel in orbit around Folian 4. Its streamlined silhouette was a sharp contrast to the swirling clouds of the planet below, which shimmered in soft pastel tones, a sight that promised both beauty and mystery. On the bridge, the usual concentrated silence prevailed, broken only by the soft hum of computers and the occasional beep of sensors. Captain DelVesta sat in the command chair, his hands resting on the armrests. His fingers drummed lightly, an unconscious sign of his inner unrest. He stared at the main view screen, at the majestic sphere of blue oceans and shimmering continents, whose coastlines glowed with an unnatural, almost golden light. It was the beauty of a dying planet, he thought, or one that was already dead. 3 worlds the Enterprise had encountered like this in the past 2 months, Trigol 3, Vertigo 5, and now Fallion 4. Abandoned, silent, like quiet monuments to a vanished civilization. Nothing explained the disappearance of their inhabitants. No debris fields in orbit, no distress calls on Federation frequencies, no traces of violence or evacuation. The city still stood, the lights still burned, the machines still hummed, but the people were gone. DelVesta felt a tingling in the back of his neck, the same unease that had plagued him for weeks. Something had changed since they had returned from the Gelani colonies, but he had no idea what. At the communications station sat Lieutenant Darian Agarusi, her blue-violet skin shimmering in the cool light of the bridge. Her long fingers danced over the controls, her violet eyes fixed on the displays. Beside her, at the navigation console, sat Julko Malvina, a slender man with short-cropped hair, adjusting the orbital parameters with mathematical precision. To his right, at the weapons and security station, waited Cornu Faithful, his hands resting quietly on the console, his eyes fixed watchfully on the viewscreen. The sounds of the bridge, the hum of computers, the soft beep of sensors, the rhythmic breathing of the crew were a familiar orchestra, but today it sounded dissonant, as if a note were missing. "Captain, the landing party requests permission to return to the ship." Garusi's melodic voice cut through the subdued hum of the systems. DelVesta straightened up. "Permission granted. Tell Commander Vuruuk to report to my quarters. I want her report personally." He stood up, smoothed his uniform jacket, which had seemed to fit him better in recent weeks, a sign of the weight loss that came with sleepless nights, and turned to the turbolift. "Lieutenant Faithful, you have the bridge." "Aye, sir." Faithful immediately settled into the command chair. DelVesta's last glance fell on him and on the viewscreen, still dominated by the majestic sphere of Fallion 4. Then the doors closed. DelVesta leaned against the cool wall of the turbolift and closed his eyes. The memories of Paul Meal came flooding back, as they always did when he was alone. Paul Meal, his oath brother, a man with a laugh that could light up any room. They had gone through the academy together, spent nights playing chess and drinking bad coffee, dreaming of the great adventures they would one day experience. DelVesta had received command of the Enterprise. Paul Meal had become his first officer. They had been inseparable. Then Paul Meal had died. The turbolift stopped with a soft hiss. DelVesta opened his eyes and stepped onto the corridor of Deck 5. His quarters were at the end of the hallway, a Spartan room with a bed, a desk, a small window facing the stars. On the desk stood a model of the Enterprise, a gift from Paul Meal, given to him on the anniversary of their first mission together. "For the best captain," Paul Meal had said, a grin on his lips. DelVesta sat on the edge of the bed and stared at the model. The memories came in waves. The Enterprise had found a derelict Rigelian ship drifting in space, a diplomatic vessel whose markings identified it as belonging to Zisk Shask, the Rigelian ambassador. No life signs, only silence. Paul Meal had volunteered to lead the landing party. "We'll be careful, Harat," he had said. "Don't worry." They had entered the airlock. The corridors of the ship were empty, except for the corpses strewn in grotesque poses, their skin covered with black spots. A plague, unknown, highly contagious, unstoppable. "Harat, it burns." The screams over the communicator, the screams of the others as the plague wiped them out within hours. DelVesta had stood before the view screen, fists clenched, helpless. Fleet regulations were clear. The ship had to be destroyed. The Enterprise had fired its phasers at the wreck, and the flames had consumed everything. Since then, DelVesta had carried the guilt. The door hissed open. Commander Sulina Vuruuk entered. Her black uniform hugged her slender form, her silky black hair fell in waves over her shoulders. Her amber eyes met his, and a warm smile played on her lips. "Captain," she said, her voice soft but with a hint of formality that never failed to tease him. "You wanted to see me." "Sulina," he said, rising and walking toward her. "Leave the duty aside for a moment." He pulled her into his arms, felt the warmth of her body against his. The tension of the day melted away in her presence. Later, as Vuruuk combed her hair, one of her thoughtful habits, she handed him a datapad. "The report on Folian 4. The cities are intact, houses, temples, streets, all abandoned. No signs of violence, no evacuation. It's as if they simply walked away, just like Trigal 3 and Vertigo 5. 3 worlds, billions of lives vanished without a trace," DelVesta murmured. "We need to inform Starfleet Command." Vuruuk nodded. "There's something else." The sensors detected weak delta waves from the sun Folian. "That's impossible for a star." "Impossible?" DelVesta raised an eyebrow, a spark of curiosity igniting within him. "Then let's find out what it means." The door chimed. Garusi's voice came over the intercom. "Captain, a message from the bridge. The sensors are detecting movement in the Folian system. 2 objects are approaching at incredible speed, far beyond anything known." DelVesta sprang to his feet. "We're coming." Chapter 2: The Movement in Space. Stardate 5928.6. When DelVesta returned to the bridge, a tense silence hung over the room. The crew sat at their stations, eyes fixed on sensor data, fingers flying over consoles. "Status Faithful," he called out as he reached the command chair. Lieutenant Faithful turned to face him, his face pale with concentration. "Captain, the 2 objects are now 3 sectors away. Their speed exceeds anything we know. No warp drive in the Federation could catch them." "Solar masses?" asked Vuruuk, who had moved to her science station and was analyzing the data with feverish intensity. "The sensors show a mass concentration consistent with solar standards," Faithful said. "But the speed is breathtaking. They're leaving a distortion in subspace. We can track them, but we cannot stop them." Vuruuk frowned, her fingers flying over the console. "It's not warp, Captain. It's something else. A kind of subspace slipstream propelling the suns forward. The energy concentration is enormous, as if a star were coming alive. They're moving at speeds 100 times greater than any known ship," Faithful said. "No fleet in the Federation could catch them." DelVesta stared at the view screen, at the black emptiness of space that revealed nothing of the approaching danger. "They're getting faster," Vuruuk said. "The acceleration is increasing. It's as if they're hunting us." "I'm receiving signals on the general fleet frequency," Garusi broke the silence. "On screen." For a brief moment the screen went dark. Then a blinding light flooded the view, gradually dimming as automatic filters adjusted the brightness. A voice spoke, deep, melodic, like the echo of a mighty carillon reverberating through space. "You are where you should not be, crew of the Federation starship Enterprise. The time of fulfillment draws near. Fly away while there is still time. You must withdraw from here. You still can." The bridge fell deathly silent. Only the hum of the consoles could be heard. DelVesta sprang to his feet, his heart pounding against his ribs. "Who are you? Identify yourself." The glow on the screen pulsed as if breathing. "This is not the moment for questions. Only this much, I am Fallian. I am the essence of what Fallian 4 once was, and I am the essence of the sun Fallian. I am the life of a star system. And now go, you children of the suns. Return to your own world. The longed-for time of fulfillment has come. The screen went dark. Fallian 4 returned, but the words hung in the air, heavy as lead. The crew stared at the main view screen, unable to speak a single word. For the second time in minutes, they had been struck speechless. "Vuruuk, what was that?" DelVesta asked, his voice barely more than a whisper. She stepped away from her terminal, her eyes wide, almost fearful. The delta waves intensified during the transmission, synchronized with the voice. It wasn't a recording, not a technical transmitter. "The sun spoke to us directly, through a form of energy we cannot explain." "That's impossible," Malvina interjected from navigation. "Suns don't speak." "They just did," Vuruuk said dryly. DelVesta rubbed his chin, his thoughts racing. An intelligent sun. Fallian had spoken of fulfillment, of children who should return. Was this the answer to Trigol 3, Vertigo 5, and Fallian 4? Had the suns taken their inhabitants? The idea was absurd, insane, beyond anything science taught, but he had seen too much in space to simply dismiss it. "Malvina, prepare a course change, but don't execute it yet," he ordered. "Garusi, send all data to Starfleet Command. Vuruuk, full analysis of that transmission. I want to know if it was real, and if so, what it means." "Aye, sir," came the unanimous response. DelVesta sank back into his chair, his fingers drumming again on the armrest. Paul Meal's death flashed before his inner eye, the helplessness, the screams, and he wondered if he was once again facing a mystery he could not solve. But this time he would not fail. This time he would find the truth, whatever it cost. "Sir," Faithful reported, "the sensors are detecting an energy anomaly directly from the sun Fallian. It's pulsating as if it's condensing." "Condensing?" DelVesta turned to Vuruuk. "What does that mean?" "I'm working on it," she said, her voice tense. "The data suggests a massive concentration of energy, possibly preparation for something big." "The fulfillment," DelVesta murmured. "Keep the phasers ready, Faithful, just in case." Chapter 3, Shadows of the Past. Stardate 5928.7. DelVesta retreated to his quarters. He could not sleep. The words of the sun echoed in his mind, mingled with the memories of Paul Meal that never left him. The Rigelian ship had been a drifting wreck. The Enterprise had found it no life signs, only silence. DelVesta had led the landing party himself. Paul Meal, his oath brother, a man who had laughed through the darkest days, who had carried him through the academy with unwavering confidence. The group had been small. Paul Meal, 2 security officers, a medic. They had entered the airlock, explored the corridors of the ship, empty, except for the corpses strewn in grotesque poses, their skin covered with black spots. "It's a plague, Captain. Unknown, highly contagious." "Return immediately," DelVesta had ordered, but it was too late. "Harat, it burns." Paul Meal's words had broken off, followed by screams, not just his, but those of the entire group. The monitors on the bridge had shown their life signs, one by one blinking out. DelVesta had stood before the view screen, fists clenched, helpless. "Phasers ready," he had finally said, his voice hollow. The Enterprise had fired on the wreck, flames consuming everything. Since then, DelVesta had carried the guilt, the decision to send them in. The helplessness of not being able to save them, a weight he would never shed. A knock at the door pulled him from his thoughts. "Come in." Vuruuk entered. She wore no uniform now, only a simple dark robe over her nightgown. Her hair fell loose over her shoulders, and in the dim light of the cabin she looked almost ethereal. "Harat, what's wrong? You look like you've seen a ghost." "Paul Meal," he said quietly. "I dreamed of him again." She sat beside him on the edge of the bed, her hand resting on his. "The pain will never fully go away, Harat, but you don't carry it alone." He pulled her close. They did not speak. Later, as they lay side by side, she whispered, "Whatever happens with these sons, Harat, we'll face it together." "I know," he said, "that's what frightens me." Because he knew he could not protect her, not from what was coming. Chapter 4. The Command Staff. Stardate 5928.8. The Enterprise glided through space at maximum impulse power, yet the two suns drew nearer, unstoppable, like a tide that nothing could hold back. "Captain, the objects are now 2 sectors away," Faithful reported. "Vertigo and Trigal, as we've named them. Their energy output continues to rise." "They're condensing," Vuruuk said, her eyes fixed on the data. "Just as Folian did. If this pattern holds, they will meet in less than 12 hours. "Convene the command staff," DelVesta ordered. "All department heads in the briefing room in 10 minutes. Shortly afterward, they gathered around the conference table in the room behind the bridge. The lights were dimmed, the atmosphere heavy with tension. Vuruuk held a datapad displaying the sensor readings. Dr. Siram, the ship's physician, leaned against the wall with folded arms, his face a mask of fatigue and curiosity. Bigot Janter, the Enterprise's astrophysicist, nervously stroked his beard as he studied the diagrams on the screen. No one spoke first. "Ideas?" DelVesta asked into the silence. No one responded. Vuruuk, Siram, Janter. Janter cleared his throat. "We have reanalyzed the recordings of the message. Folian spoke of fulfillment and of being the essence of all life in this star system. Assuming that something similar occurred in the Trigal and Vertigo systems, and accepting that the suns have abandoned their original positions and are heading toward the Folian system, there is really only one conclusion." "Don't keep us in suspense," DelVesta snapped. "The suns intend to merge into a single great entity," Janter said, his voice calm, almost awed. "However, in the entire history of astronomy, not a single case has ever been documented." "The history of astronomy is vanishingly small compared to the history of the universe," DelVesta interrupted him. He stood up, walked to the window overlooking the passing stars. "Perhaps millions of years must pass before such an event occurs. Perhaps this is the first of its kind. Perhaps the conditions in this part of the galaxy are different, and that is why conscious intelligence has emerged in the suns." He turned to face the group. "I suggest we henceforth refer to Trigal, Vertigo, and Folian as solar intelligences." "Solar intelligences," Vuruuk repeated thoughtfully. "A word that only imperfectly captures what they truly are. Beings of an intelligence far surpassing that of humans. Beings capable, through their own power alone, of covering vast distances at speeds of which the engineers of the Federation can only dream. Beings that have depopulated 3 worlds," Siram said quietly, "responsible for the deaths of billions." "Death?" Vuruuk shook her head. "Perhaps it was something else, a transition to another form of existence. Did Folian not speak of being the essence of all life?" DelVesta thought of the feelings he had experienced when Folian began to speak. Was it not as if Folian felt responsible for them, responsible as a mother for her children? "Perhaps the people were willing to become part of it," he murmured. The others stared at him. "3 suns are rushing toward a rendezvous," DelVesta said. "What will happen when the solar intelligences meet?" He allowed himself a faint smile, a weak attempt to break the tension. "My imagination is probably too limited to even begin to imagine what will really happen," he thought. He dismissed the others and retired to his quarters. That night, the impending galactic event occupied his mind so completely that not even thoughts of Vuruuk could distract him. Only 5 more hours, he thought, then we will encounter another of the solar intelligences. Not much longer. He fell asleep, a restless, dreamless sleep that brought him no rest. Chapter 5, The Lieutenant's Log. Stardate 5929. Lieutenant Cornu Faithful sat in the command chair of the Enterprise, his hands resting on the armrests, his eyes fixed on the main view screen. The stars streaked past in endless lines, a sight he had seen 1,000 times, yet tonight it felt different, heavier, as if something lurked just beyond the edge of visibility, waiting. He held the log recorder in his hand, his thumb hovering over the activation switch. He had never enjoyed recording logs. They felt like confessions, admissions of uncertainty. But the captain was off the bridge, and the weight of command had fallen to him. He pressed the switch. Supplemental log, stardate 5929. Lieutenant Cornu Faithful recording in the captain's absence. Only a few hours remain until we intercept the sun Vertigo at its rendezvous. Poe the captain intends to establish direct communication with the solar intelligence, hoping to learn the reasons for this event and the fate of the missing colonists. He paused, staring at the view screen. Personally, I am less interested in the philosophical implications than in the practical ones. If this has happened before, if other stars have migrated, other worlds been depopulated, we need to know. The Federation needs to know. We cannot afford to be caught unaware again. He thought of his family on the colony world of Axener, of the subspace messages he had not sent, the conversations he had not had. If the Enterprise fell here, who would tell them? Intelligent sons, he continued, his voice quieter now, are an absolute novelty. We have encountered life forms beyond our imagination before, but never anything like this. I wish we did not have the responsibility of making the right decisions in this situation. He set the recorder down for a moment, running a hand over his face. The bridge was quiet, too quiet. Garusi's fingers tapped softly at the communication station. Malvina adjusted the navigation controls with mechanical precision. They all felt it, the waiting. He picked up the recorder again. To the best of our ability, I support the captain's plan. There is no other viable alternative, but the mood among the crew is subdued. I hear whispers, concerns that the solar intelligences might decide to absorb us as well, to add our life force to whatever they are building. He shook his head. I personally do not believe in this danger. The suns had centuries to take us if they wanted to. They didn't. But whether I am right, he paused, the future will tell. He flicked off the recorder. The bridge was silent. In the distance unseen, the suns drew closer. Chapter 6, The Recreation Deck. Stardate 5929.1. Vuruuk had retreated to the Enterprise's recreation deck. It was one of the few places aboard where she could forget the tension of duty for a short while. The artificial sun cast its warm golden rays on the lounge chair where she had stretched out. Her duty uniform had been replaced by a casual leisure suit, a gift from DelVesta, given to her on the anniversary of their first meeting. The silky black fabric shimmered softly in the light. Her hair fell loose over her shoulders. She rarely wore it down on duty. It was a small luxury she allowed herself only here in this quiet corner of the ship. She thought about DelVesta, about the mission, about the strange events of the past weeks. 3 worlds empty, billions of lives vanished. And now the suns moving, speaking, hunting. She thought about Paul Meal, about the guilt DelVesta still carried, the way his eyes darkened when he thought no one was watching. She had tried to reach him, to pull him back from the edge. But some wounds, she knew, never fully healed. Her thoughts grew heavy. The warmth of the artificial sun seeped into her muscles. Her eyelids drooped. She began to doze, voices muffled close by. You're a damned idiot, Gonhedro. Vuruuk's eyes snapped open. She lay perfectly still, barely breathing. The voices came from behind a cluster of artificial bushes, close enough to touch, close enough to hear every word. You don't really believe I'm going to stand by and watch this suicidal bastard of a captain doom us to the same fate as the inhabitants of those 3 worlds, do you? Calm down, Yalra. I was only saying that the captain probably knows what he's doing. Probably. The first voice, Yalra, was sharp with contempt. That's not good enough, Gonhedro. Those suns are going to kill us. You saw what happened to Fallian 4. 1 minute they were there, the next nothing. We don't know that they're dead. The captain thinks maybe they were. The captain thinks we're going to be absorbed, like them. I heard him, I heard Vuruuk. Transformation, they called it. Fulfillment. Yalra spat the words. I don't want to be transformed. I don't want fulfillment. I want to live. Gonhedro was silent for a moment, then quieter. So what do you want to do? What do you think? We sabotage the engines. We knock out the warp core, the Enterprise drifts. We take a shuttle, the Galileo 4, and we get the hell out of here. That's mutiny. That's survival. Another pause. Vuruuk could almost hear Gonhedro thinking. And Vuruuk. She's in the way. If she's hurt us, and she might have, we deal with her. Kill her. Stun her, hide her somewhere. By the time they find her, we'll be long gone. Vuruuk's heart hammered in her chest. She had to get to an intercom, had to warn the captain. She began to move slowly, silently, sliding off the lounge chair, her bare feet finding the soft grass. The artificial bushes were between her and the voices. If she could reach the path, the intercom was only 20 meters away. A twig snapped under her foot. The voices stopped. Vuruuk froze, nothing, no sound, no movement, then footsteps, coming toward her. She turned and ran. The intercom was ahead. 10 meters, 5. A hand grabbed her shoulder. She spun, striking out, but her fist met only air. A phaser beam caught her in the chest. White-hot pain, then darkness. Chapter 7, The Search for Vuruuk. Stardate 5929.2. Captain, we have tried to reach Commander Vuruuk in her quarters, but she is not there, Faithful reported. His voice was tight, controlled, but DelVesta heard the edge beneath. She was last seen heading toward the recreation deck approximately 45 minutes ago. DelVesta felt his stomach clench. 45 minutes. Too long, much too long. Thank you, Faithful. He swung his legs off the bed, reaching for his phaser and communicator. Send 2 security officers to the recreation deck. Have them search the area around the pond thoroughly. I want every corner checked. He paused, his hand on the intercom. And Faithful, I want Vuruuk on the bridge as soon as possible. Not in 10 minutes. Not in 5, now. Aye, sir. DelVesta snapped the communicator onto his belt. He pulled on his uniform jacket, not bothering to fasten it. The turbolift doors hissed open. Recreation deck. The lift hummed into motion. DelVesta leaned against the wall, closing his eyes for a brief moment. Where are you, Sulania? The doors opened. The recreation deck was eerily quiet. The artificial sun still cast its warm glow over the trees and the pond, but the usual sounds of relaxation, the soft music, the murmur of voices were absent. The air felt heavy. DelVesta touched his communicator. Cormac, report. Cormac here, sir. We're searching the designated area. So far, nothing. Nothing. Nothing, sir. No signs of struggle, no traces. DelVesta's jaw tightened. Keep looking, I'm coming in. He stepped off the lift, moving quickly through the artificial undergrowth. Branches scratched at his jacket, but he ignored them. His eyes swept left and right, searching for any sign, a footprint, a dropped communicator, anything. The pond came into view, still, reflecting the orange glow of the artificial sunset. How many evenings had he spent here with Vuruuk? How many times had she laughed, her voice soft in the artificial twilight? Captain. Cormac stepped out from behind a cluster of bushes. His face was pale. We found this. He held out a small, metallic object. DelVesta took it. His fingers recognized it immediately. A phaser discharge coil, warm to the touch, recently used. His blood ran cold. Captain to bridge, security alert. Commander Vuruuk has been attacked. I want a ship-wide search. Every deck, every compartment, every Jeffries tube. Find her. Aye, sir, Faithful's voice answered. But sir, engineering reports complete engine failure. We're dead in space. Before DelVesta could respond, the recreation deck's normal lighting flickered and died. Emergency lights flared to life, red, pulsing. The yellow alert klaxon began to wail. What now? DelVesta snarled into his communicator. Captain, engineering says the warp core has shut down completely. Impulse engines at 5%. We're drifting directly into Vertigo's projected flight path. How long? 3 hours until intercept, sir. 3 hours. DelVesta stared at the phaser coil in his hand. Get me Deco's. Deco's voice came through, breathless, strained. Captain, we're trying to restart the crystals, but the sabotage, it's thorough. We're looking at 6 hours minimum. We don't have 6 hours, Deco's. Vertigo will be on us in 3. Sir, I can't. Find a way, Deco's, or there won't be an engineering section to come back to. DelVesta cut the channel. He looked at Cormac. Search the ship. Leave no stone unturned. And if we find her, sir? DelVesta's voice was barely a whisper. Bring her back to me. Chapter 8, Trapped in the Darkness. Stardate 5929.3. The darkness was crushing, a heavy shroud of silence and cold that wrapped around Commander Sulina Vuruuk as she slowly drifted back to consciousness. Her head pounded, a dull ache spreading across her temples, and a bitter taste clung to her tongue, the unmistakable aftereffect of a phaser stun. She blinked, trying to make sense of her surroundings, but her eyes struggled against the blackness. The air was warm, almost uncomfortably so, and thick with the sharp, acrid smell of ozone. A low, persistent hum vibrated through the walls around her, familiar yet menacing. She lay in some kind of tube. The walls were smooth, unyielding, curving around her body like a metal cocoon. She tried to move. Thick plastic restraints bit into her wrists and ankles. A strip of tape sealed her mouth. She could not scream. She could not call for help, panic. It rose in her chest like a wild animal clawing at her ribs. She forced it down, breathed, in, out. Her Kuruki discipline, the years of training, of emotional control, came to her rescue. She had to think, analyze, survive. Where am I? The hum, the smell, the warmth. She knew this place. The engineering section, near the warp core. But the narrow space, the smooth walls closing in around her, this was one of the plasma conduit tubes. Her heart stopped for a beat. If the engines restarted, superheated plasma would race through this tube. It would incinerate her in seconds. No trace. No body. No evidence. Yara, gone hedro, she remembered now. The recreation deck, the voices in the bushes, the conspiracy. She had tried to reach the intercom. She had almost made it. Then the phaser beam, then darkness. Now she was here. She yanked at the restraints. The plastic cut into her skin. Blood, warm, sticky, trickled down her wrists. She ignored the pain. She yanked again. The restraints did not give. She rolled onto her side, drew her knees up, and pushed herself toward the end of the tube. The heat grew more intense with every inch. Sweat beaded on her forehead, ran into her eyes, stinging. How long have I been unconscious? Minutes, hours. The phaser setting could have been low, just enough to knock her out, or high enough to keep her under for hours. She had no way of knowing. She reached the end of the tube. Her bound hands fumbled across the smooth metal surface. Then a gap, a seam, A maintenance hatch, hope, but without free hands the hatch was useless. She pressed her shoulder against it. It did not budge, locked, sealed. She listened. No engine sounds, only the hum of emergency power. Then a noise, distant, metal against metal. Someone was opening hatches. Voices echoed through the conduits, muffled but near. Over here, a voice called Deco's. Yes, she could not scream. The tape choked every sound. She slammed her bound feet against the wall. A dull thud. Again, again. Hear me, please. The voices came closer. Chapter 9. The Escape of the Saboteurs. Stardate 5929.4. The shuttle bay was dark. Emergency lighting cast long, wavering shadows across the deck. 5 Galileo-type shuttlecraft sat on their launch platforms, their streamlined hulls gleaming faintly like sleeping animals ready to wake. Soft footsteps echoed across the metal floor. 2 figures moved through the gloom, their movements quick, purposeful. They knew exactly where they were going. Their target, Shuttle Galileo 4. The airlock hissed open. Interior lights flickered to life, illuminating the cramped cockpit. Yalra climbed aboard first, short, stocky, his face pale with fear and excitement. Gonhedro followed, muscular, his jaw set, his eyes cold. The outer hatch sealed behind them with a soft thud. In the cockpit, Gonhedro's fingers flew over the navigation computer, bypassing safety locks, entering an override code. Sweat beaded on his forehead. "Shuttle ready, Yalra. I'm overriding the main bay doors now." "About time." Yalra peered through the forward viewport. "They're distracted. The captain and his people are running around like headless torgas. The bay doors are opening. Atmospheric purge in 10 seconds." A warning light began to flash. Red, urgent. Gonhedro smiled. "The Galileo 4 has enough fuel to get us to Vorten II. They'll welcome us there, especially with a shuttle as a gift." Yalra laughed, a dry, nervous sound. "Let's get out of here." The main bay doors groaned open. Atmosphere hissed into space, vapor crystallizing in the sudden cold. The launch platform rotated, aligning the shuttle with the exit. Engines flared. Blue light pulsed once, twice. Then the Galileo 4 shot out of the Enterprise and into the black. Bridge, Enterprise. "Captain, we've detected a shuttle launch." Galileo 4, 2 life signs aboard, Faithful reported, his voice tight. DelVesta turned from the main view screen. "Lock on tractor beams. Bring it back." Faithful shook his head slowly. "Not enough power, Captain. The engines are still offline. We can't even generate a proper targeting lock." "Garusi, open a channel." "Aye, sir." The main view screen remained dark. No image, only sound. Yalra, over speaker, breathless but defiant. "Captain DelVesta, we're not coming back." "You're making a mistake, Yalra." "No, Captain, we're making our choice. We've seen what those suns do. We're not going to become part of their fulfillment." DelVesta's jaw tightened. "You'll face a court-martial, you know that." "You'll have to catch us first." Laughter. "And you don't have the power for that, do you, Captain?" "Tell me about the engine failure." "We caused it. We sabotaged the matter-antimatter converter. Deco's will be scratching his head for days." "And Commander Vuruuk." A pause, then softer. "She heard too much, but she's alive for now." "Listen to me, Yalra." The channel went dead. DelVesta stood frozen for a moment, his fists clenched, his knuckles white. "Captain, they're accelerating," Faithful said. "They'll be out of range in less than a minute." DelVesta turned to the bridge crew. His voice was cold. "Deco's search engineering. I think they hid Vuruuk there." "Now, Captain," Deco's voice crackled over the intercom. "We're restarting the dilithium crystals. 30% power soon." "Now, Deco's." One of the saboteurs said she's still alive, and he emphasized the "for now." Where would you hide someone you wanted to disappear? A long pause, then. In the plasma conduits. Deco's voice was barely a whisper. DelVesta's blood turned to ice. Find her. Chapter 10, The Rescue Final Seconds. Stardate 5929.5. In engineering, the air was thick with ozone and sweat. The constant, oppressive drone of the warp core vibrated through the walls, through the floor, through the bones of every man in the room. Emergency lights cast long, harsh shadows across the consoles and conduits. Boyle Deco stood at the main console, his hands flying over the controls, his face slick with sweat beneath the pallor of exhaustion. His uniform was dark with moisture. He hadn't slept in nearly 20 hours. Energy flow to zero. He shouted, his voice cracking, "Stop the regeneration process." Technicians scrambled. Alarms beeped, urgent and insistent. Deco sprinted to the engineering crew, his boots clanging on the metal grating. "You three check the plasma conduits. Now," he pointed to a cluster of junior engineers. "The rest of you prepare the engine conduits for full power. Install additional cooling circuits. When we're done here, it's going to be very close." No one questioned the order. Every man moved with maximum speed and precision, tools flashing, sweat dripping, muscles straining. Deco's grabbed a flashlight and joined the team checking the conduits. 20 conduits to inspect, 10 minutes, maybe less. She has to be in one of them, he thought. She has to. Inside the conduit. Vuruuk felt the heat rising. It was not a gentle warmth. It was the heat of a furnace creeping up from the walls, from the floor, from the very metal that surrounded her. The air was thick, almost liquid, burning her throat with every breath. She was drenched in sweat. Her uniform clung to her skin like a second, suffocating layer. Her tongue stuck to the roof of her mouth. Her lips were cracked. Every few seconds her vision went black. When it returned, she saw only colored spots dancing before her eyes, afterimages of a world that was slipping away. The temperature was well above 50 degrees Celsius now, still climbing. "They're coming," she told herself. "They have to be coming." She pulled at her restraints again. Her wrists were raw, bleeding. The plastic had dug deep furrows into her skin, but the bonds held. Hold on, just a little longer, in engineering. 6 minutes until full power. I know, keep moving." They opened hatches, shone lights inside. Nothing, closed them, moved to the next. Conduit 14, nothing. Conduit 15, nothing. Conduit 16. Nothing. Deco's wiped sweat from his eyes. Faster. Inside the conduit. Vuruuk heard something. Distant, metallic, hatches. She strained her ears. Yes, hatches opening, closing, voices muffled, urgent, closer, they're getting closer. She slammed her bound feet against the wall of the conduit, a dull thud, again, here, I'm here. Her strength was fading. The heat was a weight pressing down on her chest. Each breath was a battle. Don't pass out, not now. In engineering. There are the last ones, people. Deco's looked at the remaining conduits, 3, and 3 minutes on the clock. If Commander Vuruuk was not in one of these, they could not search further. The last 2 would take too long. They would have to power up. They would have to risk it. "Move," he barked. They reached the first of the 3. The technician who reached it first froze. "Sir, look at this." He pointed a trembling finger at the access hatch. Fresh scratch marks. Recent. Deco's was at his side in 3 strides. He knelt, running his fingers over the marks. Deep, desperate. "She's in there," he said. "Open it, now." 3 of them began releasing the latches. The mechanism was stiff, old, resistant. 1 minute left. A bolt stuck. Gon Hedro's sabotage had affected more than the engines. 30 seconds. Another bolt. 20 seconds. The hatch flew open. In the harsh white light of Dekos's flashlight, he saw Commander Vuruuk's motionless body slumped against the far wall of the conduit, her face pale, her eyes closed. "Quickly get her out, then seal the hatch or we'll all be fried." They pulled her from the tube. She was limp, barely breathing but alive. Dekos ran to the engine controls, his heart hammering against his ribs. He slammed the power generation to maximum, forced the energy through the dilithium crystals, bypassing every safety protocol he had ever been taught. The pale glow of the crystals played across his sweat-covered face, casting eerie shadows on the walls. A violent shudder ran through the Enterprise as the engine nacelles were re-energized. The ship groaned, metal protesting, seemed straining. Then, like a streak of multicolored light, the Enterprise shot out of the path of the sun vertigo. Dekos leaned against the console, breathing hard. They had done it. In the last second. "Medical Bay, we need a team here immediately," he called into the intercom. "Commander Vuruuk has been found. She's alive, barely." He looked at the chronometer, 3 seconds to spare. "Don't ever do that to me again, Commander," he whispered. Chapter 11, The Aftermath. Stardate 5929.6. Commander Vuruuk would spend the next 48 hours in healing sleep in the medical bay. Dr. Seram had assured DelVesta that she would recover fully, no permanent damage, only exhaustion and dehydration. But the sight of her pale face, her closed eyes, her hand limp on the bio bed, had carved itself into his memory. He stood on the bridge, his hands clenched into fists at his sides. The rest of the crew moved quietly, speaking in hushed tones as if the ship itself were in mourning. DelVesta slammed his fist against the arm of the command chair. Those idiots, he thought. What went through their minds? Sabotaging the engines, trying to kill Vuruuk. Did they think they could just disappear? Once this was over, he would see them brought before a court-martial. 10 years in a penal colony, at least. But first he had to survive the next few hours. The suns were still coming. Vertigo had already passed them, a near miss that had shaken the ship to its core. Folian still lurked in its system, waiting. And Trigal was approaching from another sector, its trajectory carrying it inexorably toward the same point in space. 3 suns, 3 solar intelligences. 3 forces that could crush the Enterprise like an insect. "Commander, Vertigo is attempting to contact us again," Garusi reported. Her voice was steady, but DelVesta noticed the way her violet skin had paled. On screen. A blinding light filled the view screen. The automatic filters dimmed it, struggling to compensate. Then they heard Vertigo's voice, soft as velvet, yet carrying an undeniable power. "Children of the suns, we who are your origin, are happy with what is now happening. The event that now approaches is the fulfillment of our existence. Go and return later to that star system you call Folian. You will understand why this is happening." The voice paused. The light pulsed once, twice. "Now you must return to that place you call Kruval II. There, an important insight awaits you. When you have been there, return to us with greater wisdom so that you may see what happens." The screen went dark. DelVesta stared at the black glass, his mind racing. Kruval II, the Jelani colonies, where they had received the false distress call, where Salyuma had stayed behind to repair the automatic warning systems, where this all began. Lieutenant Malvina set course for the Jelani colonies. Kruval system, warp factor 8. "Aye, sir. Warp factor 8, heading 16.431. The Enterprise executed a sharp turn, hurling itself toward its new destination. The stars blurred into streaks of light. DelVesta leaned back in his chair, rubbing his temples. The exhaustion was catching up with him. He thought about Vuruuk, about the way she had smiled at him that morning before everything went wrong, about the way she had said his name, Herat, as if it were a promise. He would not lose her, not like Paul Meal, not ever. Medical Bay Enterprise. Dr. Seram moved quietly between the bio beds, checking readings, adjusting monitors. The medical bay was calm, a small island of peace in a ship preparing for the unknown. Vuruuk lay motionless, her chest rising and falling in a slow, steady rhythm. Her dark hair fanned out across the pillow. Her face, usually so expressive, was still. Seram paused beside her bed, studying the readouts, blood pressure stabilizing, pulse strengthening. She would wake soon. He thought about the articles he had been reading. The medical journals with their impossible references to a Captain Kirk and a Dr. McCoy, names that should not exist, histories that did not align. Who were they? He made a note to ask DelVesta, but not now. Now there was only waiting. Captain's quarters, Enterprise. DelVesta sat on the edge of his bed, staring at the model of the Enterprise on his desk. Paul Meal's gift, Paul Meal's memory. He had not slept in nearly 30 hours. His body ached. His mind felt like a tangled web of loose threads, but sleep would not come. He picked up the model, turning it over in his hands. The tiny warp nacelles, the delicate saucer section, a masterpiece of miniature engineering. For the best captain, Paul Meal had said. I'm not the best captain, DelVesta thought. I couldn't save you. I could barely save Vuruuk. And now I'm flying us toward 3 suns that could kill us all. He set the model down and stood. Sleep was not an option. He had a ship to command. Chapter 12. The Lieutenant's Log II. Stardate 5929.7. Lieutenant Cornu Faithful sat in the command chair once more, the log recorder heavy in his hand. The bridge was quiet, the silence of exhaustion, not peace. The night shift had come and gone, but no one had slept. No one could sleep. He pressed the switch. Supplemental log, stardate 5929.7. Lieutenant Cornu Faithful recording in the captain's absence. The Enterprise has set course for the Gelani colonies. 7 hours have passed since our encounter with the solar intelligence Vertigo. He paused, staring at the viewscreen. The stars streaked past in endless lines, a sight he had seen 1,000 times, yet tonight it felt different, heavier, as if the darkness between them had grown denser. Vertigo informed us that an important insight awaits us on Cruval II. We are all anxious to learn what that might be. The mood on the bridge is tense. No one speaks of it directly, but I see it in their eyes. The question no one dares to ask, what if the suns are not finished with us? He set the recorder down for a moment, rubbing his eyes. When had he last slept? He could not remember. In 3 hours, we will enter orbit around Cruval II, an Earth-type planet. The Federation maintains a base on this world. Curiously, the planet itself has never developed an intelligent native species, despite optimal conditions for the evolution of higher life. He picked up the recorder again. At this opportunity, we will also bring Chief Engineer Soluma back aboard. He remained behind to repair the automatic warning systems that originally drew us here. It seems our last 2 missions are closely connected, though I do not yet understand how. He stared at the viewscreen. I cannot shake the feeling that we are being led, not by the suns, by something else, something that wants us to see, to understand. I only hope that when we do, we are ready for what we find. He flicked off the recorder and leaned back in the chair. 3 hours. Then they would have answers or more questions. Captain's quarters, Enterprise. DelVesta had ordered a substantial breakfast from the food synthesizer. Laskin poached eggs with Vega ham, ordinary earth toast with Tasca veal, and a cup of decaffeinated coffee, hot, bland, and exactly what he needed. He had not realized how hungry he was until the first bite. Dr. Seram sat across from him, eating a bowl of vegetarian delicacies with visible and audible enjoyment. The sounds of his chewing were the only noise in the room. Have you learned anything more about this James T. Kirk or Leonard McCoy? DelVesta asked between bites. Siram set down his spoon, wiping his mouth with a napkin. Not much. All personal data has disappeared from our databases if we ever had it. It is as if someone erased them, or as if they never existed at all. DelVesta frowned. That is impossible. If they never existed, there would be no records. Yet here we are. Siram pulled out a datapad, scrolling through the lists. There is a Vulcan named Spock, a chief engineer named Scott, a navigator named Chekhov, a security officer named Sulu, a communications officer named Uhura, and about 24 other names that are equally unfamiliar. Interesting. DelVesta sipped his coffee. The warmth was comforting, and they all supposedly served on the Enterprise at some point. According to the publications, they are still serving on this ship. Siram's voice was quiet, almost hesitant. That is the strange part. None of us appear in the data. Instead, the ship's databases are filled with reports of our past missions, but they are completely different from what I find in my medical journals. DelVesta leaned back, staring at the ceiling. It is as if two histories exist side by side, ours and theirs. Perhaps on Kruval we will learn which is real. Or perhaps, DelVesta said, we will learn that both are. Siram had no answer for that. Corridor Enterprise. Ensign T-Mark walked the midnight corridor, her footsteps echoing softly on the metal deck. She had been assigned to the night shift for 3 weeks now, a punishment for insubordination, or so her file claimed. She preferred to think of it as a chance to think. The ship was quiet at this hour. No bustle of shift changes. No urgent calls over the intercom. Only the hum of the warp core and the whisper of the life support systems. She stopped at a viewport, staring out at the stars. They were moving toward Kruval II, toward answers, toward something she could not name, a sound, footsteps behind her. She turned. The corridor was empty. She was alone, but she could not shake the feeling that something was watching. Chapter 13. The Landing on Kruval II. Stardate 5929.8. The Enterprise settled into a standard orbit around Kruval II. From the bridge, the planet looked peaceful, a gray-brown sphere streaked with wisps of cloud, its surface dotted with the geometric patterns of the Federation base. Captain DelVesta stood before the main view screen, his hands clasped behind his back, staring at the world below. He had been watching it for the past 5 minutes, unable to look away. Captain's log, stardate 5929.8, he said, activating the recorder. Captain DelVesta recording. The Enterprise has entered a standard orbit around Kruval II. In 10 minutes, I will beam down to the surface with Commander Vuruuk, who has recovered sufficiently, and Dr. Siram. Our destination is the main administration complex of the Federation base there. He paused, watching the planet rotate slowly on the screen. The light caught the edge of a continent, illuminating a mountain range. We will also meet Chief Engineer Salyuma, who should have completed his maintenance and repair work by now. It is time to solve what we have come to call the Kirk-McCoy mystery. It is an unsettling feeling to know that, according to current reports, the Enterprise should have a different commanding officer. According to our own checks, a large portion of the crew does not match what the data claims. Perhaps the base's databases will provide clarity. At least we hope so. He switched off the recorder and turned to face the landing party. Transporter room, Enterprise. The landing party assembled on the transporter platform. DelVesta stood in the center, his posture rigid, his uniform spotless. To his right, Commander Vuruuk, still pale but alert, her amber eyes sharp despite her recent ordeal. She had insisted on coming despite Siram's protests. "I need to see this through," she had said. DelVesta had not argued. To his left, Dr. Seram, his medical bag slung over his shoulder, his face a mask of professional calm. He had reviewed the base's medical records before departure and found nothing unusual, which, he had told DelVesta, was unusual in itself. At the transporter controls, Boyle Dekos smiled nervously. He had insisted on handling the transporter himself, a small act of penance perhaps for his failure to find Vuruuk sooner. His fingers hovered over the controls, trembling slightly. "Coordinates locked, Captain," Dekos said, his voice steady despite his shaking hands. "Receiving confirmation from the base. They are ready for you." "Energize," DelVesta ordered. The familiar hum filled the room. The world dissolved into shimmering light. Federation Base, CROOVALII, transporter room. The light faded. DelVesta materialized in a small, utilitarian room, bare metal walls, a single console, the unmistakable smell of recycled air mixed with something else, something stale, like a room that had not been opened in years. He took a step forward, his hand instinctively reaching for his phaser. Something was wrong. He could feel it, a prickling at the back of his neck, a warning hissing through his nerves. The room was too quiet. The base should have been bustling with personnel, but there was no sound, no footsteps, no voices, only the hum of the transporter and the whisper of the ventilation system. He turned. A man stood behind him, not a base officer, not a member of the base staff, a stranger. His face was hard, weathered, the face of someone who had seen too much and slept too little. His eyes were cold, calculating, and they were fixed on DelVesta. Before DelVesta could speak, the man reached out quick, practiced, inevitable, and pulled the phaser from DelVesta's belt. "What is the meaning of this?" DelVesta demanded, his voice echoing in the empty room. Behind him, he heard Vuruuk gasp. Seram muttered a curse. "The meaning," a new voice said, "is that you are under arrest." DelVesta spun around. Another man stood in the doorway of the transporter room. He was tall, lean, with sharp features and eyes that seemed to pierce through flesh and bone. His jaw was set, his posture confident, almost casual, but the authority in his voice was unmistakable. His uniform was unfamiliar, not Starfleet, not any insignia DelVesta recognized. But his face, there was something in his face that tugged at DelVesta's memory. The medical journals, the impossible names. Kirk. "On whose authority?" DelVesta snarled, stepping forward, but the first man grabbed his arm, holding him in place. "On the authority of the United Federation of Planets," the man in the doorway said. "I am Captain James T. Kirk, the rightful commander of the starship Enterprise." The name struck DelVesta like a physical blow. Kirk, the name from the medical journals, the name that should not exist, the name that had haunted him for days. "You are under arrest," Kirk continued, his voice calm, unhurried, "for the theft of a Federation starship and the imprisonment of its lawful crew." Behind Kirk, DelVesta saw others. A tall, thin man with pointed ears and a pale, greenish complexion, a Vulcan, he realized with a start. Spock. The name rose unbidden from the medical journals. And an older man, gray-haired, with a weathered face and a medical bag slung over his shoulder, McCoy. His eyes were tired, but his hands were steady. "They are Gelovaaren shapeshifters," the Vulcan Spock said, his voice calm, almost clinical. "Their imitation is perfect. They believe they are the crew of the Enterprise." "That's absurd." Vuruuk stepped forward, her hands raised. "We are the crew. We have served on this ship for—" "You have served on this ship for less than a month," Spock interrupted. "The real crew has been imprisoned here on Cruval II since your kind took their place." "Pill," Kirk said to the gray-haired man McCoy. "Give them something to help them sleep. Then we will talk. They deserve to know the truth, but not while they are a danger to themselves." "With pleasure," McCoy said, stepping forward with a hypo spray. Vuruuk tried to run, but the first man, a security officer DelVesta realized, blocked her path. Siram stood frozen, his medical bag forgotten. DelVesta tried to resist, but his body would not obey. The world swam. His vision blurred. This is not real, he thought. This cannot be real. He sank to his knees. The last thing he saw was Vuruuk's face, pale, frightened, beautiful, before the hypospray hissed and the darkness claimed him. Chapter 14. The Recapture. Stardate 5929.9. The hypospray hissed. DelVesta's body went limp. Vuruuk followed, then Siram. Within seconds, the three of them lay motionless on the cold metal floor of the transporter room, their breathing slow, their eyes closed. Kirk knelt beside DelVesta, 2 fingers pressed to his neck. The pulse was there, slow, steady, but there. "They'll sleep for hours," McCoy said, putting away the hypospray. The old doctor's hands were steady, but his voice carried a weight Kirk had learned to recognize over the years. "Enough time for us to get the ship back." "And then?" Spock asked, his tone neutral, almost curious. "And then we figure out how to get our own people out of whatever prison these things put them in," Kirk said, rising to his feet. He looked down at DelVesta's face, the face of a man who had no idea he was not a man at all. "Scotty, you have the coordinates." Montgomery Scott stepped forward from the shadows of the corridor, his toolkit in hand. His coveralls were stained with grease, his hair disheveled, but his eyes were sharp. "Aye, Captain. The base's transporter is fully functional. I can beam us directly to the hydroponics bay. It's the least monitored section of the ship." "Then let's go." Kirk turned to the rest of his crew. Sulu, Chekhov, Uhura, all of them stood in the corridor waiting, their faces drawn but determined. They had been prisoners for weeks, forced to watch as imposters stole their lives. Now it was time to take them back. "Captain," Uhura said, her voice quiet but firm, "the Gelovaaren are still on the bridge. They think they're us." "Then we correct that misunderstanding," Kirk said. "Scotty, energize." The familiar hum of the transporter filled the room. "Enterprise, hydroponics bay, deck 12, continuous." The hydroponics bay was quiet. The artificial grow lights cast a soft, greenish glow over rows of leafy plants, lettuce, tomatoes, something that looked like Terran wheat but was probably from Vega. The air was warm, moist, heavy with the scent of earth and chlorophyll. Kirk materialized in the center of the bay, his phaser in his hand. Spock and McCoy materialized beside him. For a moment, none of them moved. They stood in the green half-light, listening. The ship hummed around them, the familiar sound of the ventilation system, the distant thrum of the warp core. Everything was as it should be. Except for the crew. "Spock, find a terminal. I want the ship's systems under our control." "Aye, Captain." Spock moved toward a console at the far end of the bay, his long strides eating up the distance. His fingers found the controls immediately, dancing over the interface with practiced ease. Kirk turned to McCoy. "Pill, you know what to do." McCoy nodded, opening his medical bag. He pulled out a small glass vial, holding it up to the light. The liquid inside was clear, almost invisible, catching the green glow of the grow lights. "Storvixine," he said. "It's a molecular destabilizer, completely harmless to humanoid physiology, but for shapeshifters like the Gelovaaren. It forces their cellular matrix to revert to its base form. And it won't hurt the ship. It won't hurt anything except the Gelovaaren." McCoy moved toward the ventilation system, his hands steady. "Give me 15 minutes to distribute it through the air supply." "Make it 10. McCoy sighed, a sound Kirk had heard 1,000 times before. "I'm a doctor, not a miracle worker." "You're both," Kirk said and moved to join Spock. "Bridge, Enterprise, same time." DelVesta's body, or rather, the Gelovaar pretending to be DelVesta, sat in the command chair, his fingers drumming on the armrest. It was a habit he had picked up from the real captain's memories, though he did not know why. He had not moved for the past 20 minutes. Something was wrong. He could feel it. A prickling at the back of his consciousness, like an itch he could not scratch. His eyes scanned the bridge, Garusi at communications, Malvina at navigation, Faithful at security. Everything was as it should be, and yet, Garusi, he said, any word from the landing party? Lieutenant Garusi, or the Gelovaar pretending to be Garusi, shook her head. Her blue-violet skin seemed paler than usual, though that might have been a trick of the light. No, Captain, the base is not responding to hails. Try again. She turned back to her console, her fingers flying over the controls. A moment later she froze. Captain, the ship's systems. Someone is accessing them from an unauthorized terminal. What? DelVesta sprang to his feet, his heart pounding. Where? Deck 12, Hydroponics Bay. Security team to Hydroponics Bay, DelVesta ordered. No one moved. Did you not hear me? He shouted. Behind him, the turbolift doors hissed open. Don't bother, a voice said. They can't hear you. DelVesta spun around. A man stood in the doorway of the turbolift, tall, lean, sharp-featured. His uniform was not Starfleet, not any insignia DelVesta recognized, but his face was familiar, Kirk. The name rose unbidden from the Gelovaar's stolen memories, the face from the medical journals, the impossible captain. Who are you? DelVesta demanded, his hand moving toward his phaser. I'm the man who's taking back his ship, Kirk said. His voice was calm, almost casual, but his eyes were cold steel. Spock now. Behind him, the Vulcan stepped forward, a hypospray in his hand. He pressed it against the nearest console, a soft hiss. The air in the bridge changed, grew heavier, sharper. There was a scent now, something medicinal, something sterile, like a hospital room after a deep cleaning. DelVesta's vision blurred, his hands trembled. He looked down at his fingers and saw them wave or shift, become something else. No, he whispered. His body was changing, transforming, melting. The human face he had worn for weeks began to run like wax, revealing the amorphic, gel-like substance beneath. His uniform dissolved, replaced by the shifting, iridescent surface of his true form. Across the bridge, the others were changing too. Garusi, Malvina, Faithful, all of them shedding their human disguises, becoming the creatures they truly were. DelVesta reached out toward Vuruuk, who was still trying to hold her human form, her amber eyes wide with terror. Sulina, he tried to say, but his voice was gone. The last thing he saw before the darkness took him was her face, her beautiful, terrified face, as her own form began to dissolve. Chapter 15, Kirk's Log. Stardate 5929.11. The bridge was silent, not the silence of peace, the silence of devastation. All around Kirk, the Gelovaaren lay in heaps of quivering, semi-liquid flesh, their human disguises completely dissolved. They had been beautiful once in a strange, alien way. The light that had pulsed within them, the soft iridescence of their true forms, had faded to a dull gray. Now they were nothing but lumps of amorphous matter, twitching feebly in the dim emergency lighting. Kirk stepped over a fallen Gelovaar, the one that had been faithful, and walked toward the command chair. His command chair. He stopped beside it, his hand hovering over the armrest. The fabric was warm, as if the previous occupant had just risen from it. He thought of DelVesta, the Gelovaar who had believed with every fiber of his being that he was the captain of this ship. Had he felt the same pride? The same weight of responsibility, the same fear? Kirk sat down. The chair creaked slightly, settling under his weight. It was familiar and foreign at the same time, like coming home after a long absence and finding that someone had moved the furniture. Mr. Spock, status report. Spock moved to the science station, his long fingers dancing over the controls with practiced efficiency. The soft hum of the computers filled the silence. The Storvik sign has been fully distributed through the ship's ventilation systems, he reported, his voice calm, almost clinical. All Gelovaaren on board have been neutralized. I am detecting no further life signs of their species on the Enterprise. And our people. Spock's fingers paused for a fraction of a second, an eternity for a Vulcan. They are still on Crewval II, Captain. The base's detention blocks are registering approximately 430 life signs. All humanoid. Kirk closed his eyes. 430, his crew, his people, trapped for weeks in some underground cell, perhaps not even knowing why, while imposters walked their decks, sat in their chairs, slept in their beds. Scotty, how long until we can beam them up? Scott's voice came through the intercom, tight with barely contained emotion. The transporters are online, Captain, but the Gelovaaren rigged the base's power grid. It's a mess: crossed circuits, blown relays, a feedback loop that could fry the whole system if I don't bypass it carefully. A pause. I need at least an hour. Make it 30 minutes, Scotty. A heavy sigh. Aye, sir, I'll do my best, but if my best isn't good enough, we'll be picking up pieces of our people instead of people. Do your best, Scotty, that's all I ask. Kirk opened his eyes and looked around the bridge. Sulu had taken his place at navigation, his hands resting on the controls, his knuckles white. Chekhov stood at weapons, his young face pale, his eyes still haunted by weeks of imprisonment. Uhura sat at communications, her fingers hovering over the board, ready. They were silent. McCoy stood beside the command chair, his medical bag in his hand, his eyes scanning the bridge with a doctor's assessing gaze. Jim, the crew on the base, they'll be weak. Dehydrated. Some of them might have been injured during the takeover. We need to be ready. Then you'd better get the medical bay ready, Pill. Full staff. I want every bed available. McCoy nodded. And the Gelovaaren, what do we do with them? Kirk looked down at the quivering heap that had been DelVesta. We'll deal with them later. Right now, our people come first. McCoy hesitated as if he wanted to say something more. Then he turned and left the bridge, his footsteps echoing in the silence. Kirk sat in the command chair, his hands resting on the armrests. It felt different now, smaller somehow. Or perhaps he had changed. Mr. Spock, what do we know about the Gelovaaren? Spock turned from his station, his eyebrows raised in that familiar, questioning arch. The logs of the imposter Captain DelVesta indicate that they are a race of shapeshifters from a planet called Gelova Prime. Their world was destroyed approximately 500 years ago, not by natural disaster, but by a solar intelligence. A sentient sun. A sentient sun, Kirk repeated, like the ones we encountered in the Fallian system. Indeed, Captain. The Gelovaaren have been fleeing from these solar intelligences for centuries. Their ability to mimic other species was a survival mechanism, a way to hide from their pursuers. They hid by becoming us. They hid by becoming whatever they needed to become to survive. Spock's voice was neutral, but Kirk heard the undertone, something that might have been sympathy, or perhaps merely understanding. Captain DelVesta, the Gelovar who led them, genuinely believed he was the commanding officer of this ship. The psychological transference was so complete that he had no memory of his true identity. His memories, his emotions, his relationships, all were borrowed from the crew he had replaced. And Vuruuk. She believed she was his second officer, his lover. The emotional bond between them was real, or as real as any emotion experienced by a being that has forgotten its own nature. Kirk stared at the heap of quivering flesh that had been DelVesta. Had he known? At the end, when the Storvik sign stripped away his disguise, had he understood what he truly was? Had he felt the loss of the life he had believed was his? "Mr. Spock, what do we do with them?" Spock hesitated, a rare thing for a Vulcan. He turned back to his console, his fingers tapping softly, as if searching for an answer in the data. "The Gelovaaren are not evil, Captain. They are frightened. Lost. They have been running for so long that they have forgotten how to do anything else. They need a home, and they need to be seen for what they truly are." Seen. It is a logical requirement for trust, Captain. If they cannot hide, they cannot deceive. If they cannot deceive, they cannot be feared. If they cannot be feared, he trailed off. They can be helped, Kirk finished. Indeed. Kirk rose from the command chair and walked to the view screen. The planet Kruval II hung in the blackness below, gray and brown and silent. Somewhere down there, his crew was waiting. "Mr. Spock, open a channel to the base. I want to speak to the Gelovaaren leader, the real one. The one who was here before we arrived." "Aye, Captain." The view screen flickered, static hissed. Then an image appeared, not the face of a human, not the face of any being Kirk had ever seen. It was a mass of shifting, undulating light, barely holding a form that might have been a face. 2 points of deeper darkness marked where eyes might be. A voice spoke, not through the speakers, but directly in Kirk's mind. It was soft, almost gentle, and filled with a sadness that was centuries old. "I am Counselor Thurin of the Gelovaaren," it said. "You have defeated us, Captain Kirk." Kirk stepped closer to the screen. "I have taken back my ship," he said. "What happens next depends on you." Chapter 16, The Confession. Stardate 5929.12. The view screen flickered. Static hissed and crackled, ghostly white noise dancing across the dark glass. Then an image appeared, not the face of a human, not the face of any being Kirk had ever seen. It was a mass of shifting, undulating light, barely holding a form that might have been a face. 2 points of deeper darkness marked where eyes might be. The colors shifted like oil on water, deep blues, sickly greens, flashes of amber that came and went without rhythm. A voice spoke, not through the speakers, but directly in Kirk's mind. It was soft, almost gentle, and filled with a sadness that was centuries old. It reminded him of the wind through the pines of Iowa, of the distant echo of a bell at dawn. "I am Counselor Thurin of the Gelovaaren," it said. "You have defeated us, Captain Kirk." Kirk stepped closer to the screen, close enough that the static cast faint shadows across his face. "I have taken back my ship," he said. "What happens next depends on you." The shifting light pulsed slowly, like a heartbeat. "We did not wish to harm your people. You imprisoned them. You stole their identities. You took their ship." Kirk's voice was calm, but there was iron beneath it. "For weeks, my crew has been trapped in cells while your people walked the decks of my ship, sat in my chair, gave orders in my name. We took what we needed to survive." The voice was sad, not defensive. There was no excuse in it, only exhaustion. "We have been running for so long, Captain, running and hiding. We forgot who we were. We forgot that there were other ways." Spock moved to stand beside Kirk, his tricorder raised, its soft hum a counterpoint to the static of the view screen. "Counselor Thurin, your people have been fleeing from the solar intelligences. Why?" The light pulsed again, faster now, agitated. "Because we are not ready." "Not ready for what?" "Not ready for the galaxy. Not ready for the worlds beyond our own." The voice trembled, and Kirk thought he could see the light flicker, as if the image itself was trembling. "We are a young species, Captain, young and frightened. Our ability to change our forms, it is a gift, but it is also a curse. We can become anything, imitate anyone, and we have used that gift to hide, to deceive, to survive. But you have also used it to steal. We have used it to exist. The light dimmed, then brightened in a slow, sad pulse. The solar intelligences, the guardians, as we call them, they have been watching us for centuries. They saw what we were becoming. They saw that we were not ready to join the community of the galaxy, so they hunted us, not to destroy us, to drive us back, to force us to grow. Kirk exchanged a glance with Spock. The Vulcan's eyebrows had risen slightly, his version of surprise. "The Suns were trying to protect the galaxy from you?" Kirk asked. "They were trying to protect us from ourselves." The voice was barely a whisper now, so faint that Kirk almost missed it. "If we had continued as we were, we would have spread like a plague, consuming identities, destroying cultures. We would not have meant to, but we would have done it nonetheless. We are the children who cannot stop reaching for the flame." A heavy silence settled over the bridge. Sulu had turned from his console, his face pale. Chekhov stared at the viewscreen with wide eyes. Uhura's hands hovered over her board, frozen. "And now?" Kirk asked. The light steadied. The colors settled into a deep, mournful blue. "Now we are here, on this world that is not our own. We have no home, no future, no hope. Only fear." Kirk was silent for a long moment. He thought of the imposter DelVesta, the way he had sat in the command chair as if he belonged there, the way he had looked at Vuruuk with such genuine affection. They had not been evil, they had been lost. "Counselor Thurin," he said finally, "what do you want?" The light pulsed slowly. "We want to stop running, we want to stop hiding, we want to exist without fear." "Then stay." Kirk spread his hands. "Return to your world, build your future, learn to walk before you run. Our world is gone, the Guardians saw to that. Then find a new world." Kirk's voice was steady. "The galaxy is vast, Counselor. There are worlds without number. The Federation will help you find one, a place where you can grow, where you can become what you need to become." The light flickered rapidly, a staccato pulse of disbelief. "You would help us, after what we did?" "You were afraid." Kirk stepped back from the screen, his hands clasped behind his back. "Fear makes people do terrible things, but it does not make them irredeemable." The Gelovaaren counselor was silent for a long time. The bridge was so quiet that Kirk could hear the hum of the computers, the soft breathing of his crew, the faint creak of the ship around them. "We will need guidance," Thurin said finally. "We have been running for so long, we have forgotten how to stay." "Then we will guide you." Kirk's voice was soft, almost gentle. "Not forever, but long enough for you to find your own way." The light dimmed to a soft, steady glow. "You offer us a chance, Captain." "I offer you a choice." Kirk stepped back from the screen. "Talk to your people, Counselor, decide. But decide quickly. My crew is coming home, and when they do, we will be leaving." The light pulsed once, a slow, deliberate heartbeat. "We will speak again, Captain Kirk." The screen went dark. Kirk stood motionless for a moment, staring at the black glass. Then he turned to Spock. "What do you think?" Spock lowered his tricorder, his expression thoughtful. "The Gelovaaren are afraid, Captain. Fear is not a solid foundation for trust, but it is a powerful motivator. They may accept your offer, not because they want to, but because they see no other path." "If they accept, what then?" "Then we have a responsibility." Spock's voice was quiet. "To guide them, to teach them, to help them grow." Kirk nodded slowly. He had not asked for this responsibility, but it was his now. "Mr. Sulu, maintain orbit. Mr. Chekhov, keep the sensors trained on the planet. I want to know the moment they make their decision." "Aye, Captain." Kirk turned back to the viewscreen. The planet Kruval II hung in the darkness below, gray and brown and silent. Somewhere down there, a lost people was deciding its future. "Spock," he said, "how long do you think they'll take?" Spock raised an eyebrow. "Until they are no longer afraid, Captain." "That could take centuries." "Indeed," Spock turned back to his console. "But the Gelovaaren have waited this long. They can wait a little longer." Kirk sat down in the command chair. The leather creaked beneath him. "Mr. Spock," he said, "open a channel to the base. I want to speak to our people. They need to know that we're coming for them." "Aye, Captain." The viewscreen flickered again, but this time it showed not shifting light but the tired, hopeful faces of his crew. Chapter 17. The Rescue. Stardate 5929.13. The transporter room was crowded. Too crowded for its usual sterile emptiness, Kirk thought. The air was thick with anticipation, with the smell of recycled oxygen and the faint metallic tang of the transporter buffers cycling through their final diagnostics. Kirk stood on the platform, his hands clasped behind his back, his eyes fixed on the empty space where his people would appear. His jaw was set, but his heart was pounding. Beside him, Spock stood with his tricorder raised, monitoring the energy signature with calm, Vulcan precision. McCoy had his medical bag open, hypo sprays lined up on a tray, their contents glinting in the overhead lights. Behind them, a team of security officers waited, phasers holstered but ready. They had insisted on coming. Kirk had not argued. "Scotty, status," Kirk said into his communicator. Scott's voice came through, tight with concentration. 30 seconds, Captain." "The bypass is holding, barely. I've rerouted power from non-essential systems, but the base's grid is a mess. One wrong connection and we'll lose them." "Don't lose them, Scotty." "Aye, sir, I'll do my best." The silence in the transporter room was absolute. Kirk could hear his own heartbeat, the soft hum of the transporter, the quiet breathing of the people around him. Then the hum began. It started low, a deep vibration that resonated in his chest, in his bones, in the teeth at the back of his jaw. Then it rose, climbing the scale until it was a high-pitched whine that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. The air shimmered. Light filled the room, golden, warm, almost alive, and then they appeared. 430 men and women materialized on the transporter platform, packed together, shoulder to shoulder, some standing, some sitting, some lying on the floor. They wore the remnants of their uniforms, torn and filthy, stained with weeks of captivity. Their faces were pale, their eyes hollow, their lips cracked from dehydration. Some were weeping. Tears streamed down faces that had forgotten how to hope. Some were laughing, short, hysterical bursts of relief that bordered on madness. Most were just staring as if they could not believe they were finally home. McCoy was the first to move. He rushed forward, his tricorder already scanning, his eyes darting from face to face, cataloging injuries, assessing needs. "Medical team to the transporter room," he shouted, his voice cutting through the chaos. "I need stretchers for the ones who can't walk, and I need them now." White uniformed medics swarmed onto the platform, their movements quick and efficient. Sulu pushed through the crowd, his face lighting up when he saw a young ensign he recognized, a girl from Tactical, barely 20 years old, her hair matted, her uniform torn. "Ensign Takahashi, are you all right?" he asked, kneeling beside her. She nodded, tears streaming down her face. "They didn't hurt us, sir, they just kept us there, in the dark, for weeks." "How many weeks?" She shook her head. "I don't know, I lost count." "You're safe now," Sulu said, helping her off the platform. "We're taking you to Medical Bay. Dr. McCoy will check you over." Chekhov was already helping an older lieutenant to her feet, a woman in her 50s, her face weathered, her hands trembling. "Come, come," Chekhov said, his accent thick with emotion. We have food and water in the mess hall. Everything is ready. Hot soup, fresh bread not from the synthesizer, real bread from the base's stores." The lieutenant smiled weakly. "Real bread." "Real bread," Chekhov confirmed. "I saved it for you." Kirk stood still, watching his people emerge from the platform. Some of them stopped when they saw him, their eyes wide with recognition, with disbelief. "Captain," one of them whispered, a young man, his face bruised, his arm in a makeshift sling. "You came back." "I never left," Kirk said, and he meant it. He spotted a familiar face in the crowd, a lieutenant commander he had served with for years, his uniform in tatters, his left eye swollen shut. "Mr. Thompson, report." Thompson limped toward him, leaning on a security officer's arm. His voice was hoarse, barely a whisper. "The Gelovaaren took us by surprise, Captain. They looked like us, sounded like us. We didn't know what was happening until it was too late. One minute we were running diagnostics, the next, phaser fire. Darkness." "How did they treat you?" "They didn't." Thompson's voice was flat, empty. "They locked us in the detention cells and forgot about us. No interrogations, no torture, just nothing, days of nothing, weeks of nothing." "Did they feed you?" "Once a day, nutrient paste, enough to keep us alive, not enough to keep us strong." Kirk nodded slowly. The Gelovaaren had not been cruel, they had been indifferent. They had needed the Enterprise, so they had taken it. The crew was just an obstacle to be removed. "Get to Medical Bay," Kirk said. "McCoy will want to check you over." "Aye, sir." Thompson limped away, leaning heavily on the security officer's arm. Kirk turned to Spock. "What do you make of it?" Spock lowered his tricorder, his expression thoughtful. "The Gelovaaren are not sadists, Captain. They are survivors. They did what they believed was necessary to ensure their own survival. Nothing more, nothing less. They imprisoned 430 people. They did not kill them." Spock's voice was neutral, but Kirk heard the unspoken words. "They could have. They chose not to. That is not nothing, Captain. In the calculus of survival, mercy is rare." "Captain?" McCoy appeared at Kirk's elbow, his face flushed with exertion, his hands stained with someone else's blood. "I've got 30 people who need immediate medical attention, dehydration, malnutrition, exposure, some minor injuries from the initial attack. The rest are weak but stable. We can handle them in shifts." "How long until everyone is seen?" McCoy wiped his forehead with the back of his hand. "At least 12 hours, maybe more. I've called in every available medic, but there are only so many of us." Kirk turned to the crowd. The last of the crew was stepping off the platform now, helped by security officers and medics. Some of them were crying. Some of them were holding on to each other. "Get them fed," Kirk said. "Get them rested. And get them to Medical Bay as soon as you can, but don't rush them. They've been through enough." "Aye, Captain." McCoy hurried away, barking orders at his staff. Kirk stood alone in the transporter room for a moment, watching the empty platform. 430 people, weeks of captivity, and the Gelovaaren had just locked them away and forgotten them. "What kind of beings are you?" he wondered. The answer came to him unbidden: lost ones, just lost ones. He turned and walked to the bridge. Chapter 18, The Return to Falian Further Enhanced. Stardate 5929.14. The bridge was quiet. Not the silence of danger, the alert klaxons were silent, the red alert lights dark. Not the silence of tension, the crew was no longer holding their breath, waiting for the next crisis. This was the silence of exhaustion, the deep bone weariness that comes after weeks of captivity and hours of frantic rescue. The crew had been back aboard for 6 hours. Most of them were in Medical Bay or the mess hall, eating, sleeping, crying, laughing, holding each other. The ones who remained at their posts moved slowly, their eyes hollow, their hands trembling. They had not yet processed what had happened to them. They were still running on adrenaline and shock. Kirk sat in the command chair, watching the stars streak past on the view screen. They were on course for the Fallian system where the three suns were converging. He had not slept. He could not sleep. Every time he closed his eyes, he saw the faces of his crew materializing on the transporter platform, pale, thin, broken. "Mr. Spock, how long until we arrive?" Spock looked up from his science station, his expression unreadable. But Kirk had known him long enough to see the tightness around his eyes, the subtle sign of fatigue that the Vulcan could not quite hide. "Approximately 4 hours, Captain. The solar intelligences have slowed their approach. They appear to be waiting." "Waiting for what?" "For us, perhaps." Spock raised an eyebrow. "Or for the moment of fulfillment, as they called it. The energy readings from the Fallian system are unlike anything I have ever recorded. The three suns are synchronizing their pulsations as if they are communicating." "Communicating." "Sharing information, coordinating their movements." Spock paused. "It is possible, Captain, that the solar intelligences are not merely singular entities. They may be part of a larger network, a consciousness that spans the galaxy." Kirk turned that thought over in his mind. A network of sentient suns, watching, waiting, guiding. "Mr. Chekhov, any signs of the Gelovaaren?" Chekhov shook his head, his young face pale. He had dark circles under his eyes. He had not slept either. "Nayet, Captain. The base on Kruval II is empty. They have retreated deeper into the facility, or perhaps into the planet itself. The sensors cannot penetrate that far." "Keep monitoring." "Aye, sir." Kirk turned back to the view screen. The stars streaked past, endless and indifferent. Corridor Enterprise. Lieutenant Uhura walked slowly down the corridor, her footsteps echoing in the silence. She had been on the bridge for the past 12 hours, coordinating the rescue, comforting the rescued, translating the Gelovaaren's strange mind-voice language. She was exhausted, but she could not stop. A door opened beside her. Ensign Takahashi stepped out, still in her medical bay gown, her hair still matted, her face still pale. "Lieutenant," she said, her voice hoarse. "Ensign." Uhura stopped. "You should be resting." "I couldn't sleep." Takahashi leaned against the wall. "Every time I close my eyes, I see their faces." "The Gelovaaren." "The ones who looked like us." Takahashi's voice trembled. "When they came for us, they looked like our friends. They used our friends' voices. They said our friends' names." Uhura reached out and took her hand. "What did they say?" "They said, 'It's going to be okay, we're here to help.'" Takahashi's eyes filled with tears. "And then they stunned us, and we woke up in the dark." Uhura squeezed her hand. "You're out of the dark now." "I know," Takahashi wiped her eyes, "but I keep wondering, how many of them believed they were us? How many of them thought they were real?" Uhura had no answer for that. Medical Bay Enterprise. McCoy moved between the bio-beds, checking readings, adjusting hyposprays, offering quiet words of comfort. His back ached. His eyes burned. He had been on his feet for 18 hours, but he could not stop. The medical bay was crowded, every bed was full, and more patients sat on the floor, leaning against the walls. Some of them were sleeping. Some of them were staring at the ceiling, their eyes empty. Some of them were crying silently into their hands. He stopped beside Ensign Takahashi's bed, but she was gone. He frowned, made a note, and moved on. A young man, an ensign from engineering, reached out and grabbed his arm. "Doctor," he said, his voice shaking. "Doctor, they took my face." McCoy sat down on the edge of his bed. "What do you mean?" "One of them, the Gelovaaren, they took my face. I saw him on the view screen. He looked exactly like me. He gave orders like me. He walked through the corridors like he belonged there." McCoy was silent for a moment. "Then he didn't belong there, you do." "But he thought he did." The ensign's voice broke. "That's what scares me, Doctor. He thought he was me. He laughed at my jokes. He drank my coffee. He even had my memories." The Gelovaaren absorb memories when they copy someone. It's how they become the person they're imitating. "But if he had my memories and he thought he was me." The ensign looked up at McCoy, his eyes wide. "What's the difference between him and me?" McCoy had no answer for that. Captain's quarters, Enterprise. Kirk sat at his desk, staring at the model of the Enterprise that Paul Meal had given him. He had not told the crew about the Gelovaaren's true nature, about the Guardians, about their fear, about their centuries of running. He was not sure they were ready to hear it. A chime at the door. "Come in." Spock entered, his hands clasped behind his back. "Captain, I have completed my analysis of the Gelovaaren's genetic structure." "Sit down, Spock." Kirk gestured to the chair across from him. "Tell me." Spock sat, his posture perfect, his expression neutral. But Kirk saw the fatigue in his eyes, the subtle droop of his lids, the slight tension in his jaw. "The Gelovaaren are shapeshifters of remarkable ability," Spock began. "Their DNA is fluid, Captain. It can rearrange itself at will, mimicking any life form they encounter. This is not a learned skill, it is innate, as natural to them as breathing is to us. They were born this way. They evolved this way." Spock paused, choosing his words carefully. "Their homeworld, Jelova Prime, was a harsh environment, extreme temperatures, scarce resources, constant predators. The ability to change form was essential for survival. Over millennia, it became part of their very essence. But it also made them dangerous. Dangerous to species that cannot change," Spock agreed. The Guardians recognized this. They saw that the Gelovaaren were not ready to coexist with other cultures, not because they were malicious, but because they were unable to control their nature. The Guardians hunted them. The Guardians drove them back. Spock's voice was quiet. To protect the galaxy, yes, but also to protect the Gelovaaren from themselves. If they had continued as they were, they would have eventually been destroyed by the Klingons, by the Romulans, by any species that saw them as a threat and could not afford to take chances. Kirk was silent for a long moment, staring at the model of the Enterprise. "What do we do with them, Spock?" Spock raised an eyebrow. "That is not a scientific question, Captain. It is a moral one." "Then answer it as a moral question." Spock considered. His fingers steepled beneath his chin. His eyes grew distant, as if he were consulting some inner database of logic and ethics. "The Gelovaaren need a home," he said finally. "They need guidance, and they need to be seen, truly seen by the galaxy." "Seen." "Visible, Captain, recognizable. If they cannot hide, they cannot deceive. If they cannot deceive, they cannot be feared." Kirk nodded slowly. "And if they cannot be feared, they can be helped." "Indeed." Spock unfolded his hands. "But the question of how to make them visible is not a simple one. There is no technology in the Federation that can reliably detect a Gelovaar in its mimic form. Their genetic mimicry is too perfect, too complete. So we need something new." Dr. McCoy has already begun researching the problem. He believes there may be a biological solution, a marker of some kind that could be integrated into their genetic structure. Kirk frowned. "A marker?" "Something that would identify them as Gelovaaren, regardless of the form they take. Something that could not be hidden, could not be changed, could not be removed." Kirk was silent for a moment. That sounds like branding. It is a complex ethical question, Captain. But the alternative, leaving them invisible, leaving them to be hunted, is not acceptable either. Kirk stood up, walking to the window. The stars stretched out before him, endless and full of possibility. Spock, I want you to work with McCoy. Study the Gelovaaren's biology. Find a way to make them visible without harming them. That is a significant challenge, Captain. I know. Kirk turned back to face him. That's why I'm asking you. Spock rose from his chair. I will do my best, Captain. I know you will. Spock left. Kirk sat down again, staring at the model of the Enterprise. What are we becoming, he wondered, and what are we making them become? He did not have an answer. Chapter 19, The Birth of a Star. Stardate 5929.15. The Enterprise dropped out of warp at the edge of the Fallian system. The view screen flickered, adjusted, and then silence, not the silence of empty space, the silence of awe. Kirk stared at the screen, his hands frozen on the armrests of his chair. Behind him, he heard someone gasp. Someone else whispered a prayer, an old Earth prayer, words he had not heard since his mother's funeral. The three sons were no longer sons. They had become something else, something impossibly beautiful. Fallian, Vertigo, and Trigal hung in space like three jewels suspended on black velvet, one gold like molten treasure, one ruby like freshly spilled blood, one sapphire like the deepest ocean. Their surfaces roiled with energy, their coronas intertwining like lovers' fingers in the dark. They were no longer separate. They were becoming one. Mr. Spock, Kirk said, his voice barely a whisper. What are we looking at? Spock stood at the science station, his hands frozen over the controls. Even his Vulcan composure had cracked. His eyes were wide, his lips slightly parted, his breathing shallow, as close to human astonishment as Kirk had ever seen him. I do not have words, Captain. His voice was soft, almost reverent, stripped of its usual clinical precision. The energy readings are off the scale. The gravimetric fields are. They are not behaving according to any known model. They are merging, not colliding. Merging, as if they were always meant to be one. The gold sun pulsed. The ruby sun answered. The sapphire sun shimmered. And then they began to move. Not toward each other, not in a straight line, not in a collision course. They spiraled like dancers in an ancient ritual, their orbits tightening with each passing second, their light intensifying until the view screen filters strained to compensate. The gold sun bled into the ruby sun. The ruby sun bled into the sapphire sun. The sapphire sun bled into the gold. Scotty, get us back, Kirk said, his voice sharp now. Full reverse now. I'm trying, Captain. Scott's voice came through the intercom, tight with strain, edged with something that might have been fear. The gravimetric fields are pulling us in. It's like trying to swim up a waterfall. I can't. Full power to engines. Aye, sir. The Enterprise shuddered, a deep, bone-rattling vibration that shook the deck plates and sent loose items clattering to the floor. The view screen filled with light, gold, ruby, sapphire, all blending into a color Kirk had never seen before. A color that had no name in any language he knew. Shields at 40%, Chekhov shouted, his voice cracking. 30%, Sulu added. 20. Kirk gripped the armrests, knuckles white. Spock, talk to me. What is happening? Spock's fingers flew over the controls, his eyes darting across the displays. The solar intelligences are completing their merger, Captain. The energy release is. It is a birth, Captain. A star is being born, not from the collapse of matter, but from the union of consciousness. A star is being born from consciousness. The Guardians have been waiting for this moment for millennia. They have been guiding, watching, protecting. And now they are becoming something new, something greater. The viewscreen light grew brighter, hotter. Kirk could feel the heat through the hull. Then why are we being pulled toward it? Spock looked up. His eyes met Kirk's. For a moment the Vulcan's mask slipped, and Kirk saw something there, something that might have been wonder or fear or both. Because it is hungry, Captain. The viewscreen went white. Captain's quarters, Enterprise, unknown time. Kirk opened his eyes. He was lying on the floor of his quarters. The lights were off. The emergency systems hummed, a low, mournful sound like a wounded animal. The air was thick with smoke and the acrid smell of burned circuitry. Captain to bridge. His voice was hoarse, barely a whisper. Report. Silence. Captain to bridge. Louder this time, static. He pushed himself to his feet. His legs were weak. His head pounded with a rhythm that matched the emergency lights. Flash, pound, flash, pound. Blood trickled from a cut on his forehead. He made his way to the door. It did not open. Computer, override door control. Insufficient power, the computer replied. Its voice was flat, emotionless, utterly indifferent to his plight. Kirk slammed his fist against the door. It did not budge. He leaned his forehead against the cold metal and closed his eyes. Think, Jim, think. Corridor, Enterprise, unknown time. McCoy stumbled through the darkness, one hand pressed against the wall, the other clutching his medical bag. The emergency lights flickered on, off, casting long, dancing shadows that seemed to move on their own. Nurse Chapel, he called. Chapel, where are you? Silence, Spock. A crash from somewhere ahead, metal against metal. McCoy hurried toward the sound, nearly tripping over a fallen panel. He found Spock in the corridor, pinned beneath a fallen support beam. The Vulcan's face was pale, paler than usual, and his left arm hung at an awkward angle, the bones clearly displaced. His breathing was shallow, but his eyes were open. Spock! McCoy dropped to his knees beside him, already reaching for his medical bag. Don't move. Let me. I am unharmed, Doctor. Spock's voice was strained but steady, infuriatingly steady. The beam is heavier than it appears. I cannot move it alone. Unharmed, McCoy wanted to shake him. Your arm is broken, Spock. A minor inconvenience. The beam is the immediate concern. McCoy braced himself against the beam and pushed. It did not budge. We need help, he said. Indeed. Bridge, Enterprise, unknown time. Kirk reached the bridge after what felt like hours. The doors were jammed, but he managed to pry them open with a crowbar he found in the corridor, a tool left behind by one of the maintenance crews, forgotten in the chaos. The scene inside was devastation. Consoles were dark, their screens cracked, their lights extinguished. Smoke curled from a ruptured conduit near the science station, a thin gray tendril that smelled of burning insulation. Sulu lay on the floor unconscious, a gash on his forehead that had bled down the side of his face. Chekhov was slumped over his console, groaning, his hands pressed to his temples. Uhura was the only one standing. She was staring at the viewscreen. What is it? Kirk asked, moving to her side. She pointed. The viewscreen showed the new star. It was blue, not the blue of a summer sky, not the blue of deep ocean. It was the blue of a flame, hot, alive, impossibly bright. It pulsed like a heartbeat. Like a breath, like a thought. Spock's log, Uhura said, her voice distant, as if she were speaking from very far away. Before the wave hit, he recorded something. Kirk moved to Spock's station. The Vulcan's log recorder was still running. He played it back. The solar intelligences have completed their merger. The new star is stable. Its composition is remarkable. It contains traces of the planets that were consumed, not destroyed, but transformed. The atomic structures have been reconfigured into a new form of matter. The inhabitants of those worlds are not dead, Captain. The scans indicate. They are present. They are part of this star. They chose this. Kirk stared at the blue star. They chose this. Captain, Uhura said, the Gelovaaren, their world was destroyed by a solar intelligence. But what if? What if it wasn't destroyed? What if it was transformed? What if their people are still there, still alive inside that star? Kirk did not answer. He was thinking of the Guardians, of their centuries of hunting the Gelovaaren, of their words, "We are watching, we are waiting, we are guiding, we are also becoming." "Spock, report," he said into the intercom. No answer. "Spock." A crackle of static. Then, "I am in the corridor, Captain. Dr. McCoy is with me. I appear to be trapped beneath a fallen support beam." Kirk closed his eyes. "On my way." He turned to Uhura. "You have the bridge. Start damage assessment. I want a full report when I return." "Aye, Captain." He left the bridge, crowbar in hand. Behind him the blue star pulsed. Chapter 20, The Aftermath. Stardate 5929.16. The blue star pulsed in the distance, a steady, rhythmic heartbeat that seemed to fill the entire view screen. It was beautiful, Kirk thought. Terrible and beautiful, like the face of a god that had just woken from a long sleep. He stood on the bridge, watching it, his hands clasped behind his back. The emergency lights had been restored, but the bridge still bore the scars of the gravimetric wave, cracked screens, sparking conduits, the acrid smell of burned insulation that clung to the back of the throat. A fine layer of dust covered every surface, shaken loose from the ceiling panels during the tremor. Behind him, the crew worked in silence. No one spoke. No one joked. The usual banter of the night shift was absent, replaced by the quiet hum of repaired systems and the soft footsteps of people moving through the wreckage. Sulu sat at the navigation station, a fresh bandage on his forehead, his movements slow but steady. The gash had required 7 stitches. McCoy had given him something for the pain, but Sulu had refused to leave his post. Chekhov ran diagnostics on the sensor array, his face pale, his hands trembling slightly. He had been thrown against his console during the wave and had landed badly. His ribs were bruised but not broken. He had not complained once. Uhura monitored the communications frequencies, her eyes hollow, her fingers moving over the controls with mechanical precision. She had not spoken since the wave hit, not to anyone. Scotty's voice crackled over the intercom, strained but steady. "Captain, I've got the warp core back online. We're not going anywhere fast, but we're not dead in the water either." "How long until full power?" "A day, maybe 2. The gravimetric wave shook the nacelles loose. I need to realign them." A pause. "And that's delicate work, Captain. One wrong calculation and we'll be leaking antiprotons into the engine room." "Do what you can, Scotty, but don't blow up my ship." "Aye, sir, I'll try not to." Kirk turned to Spock, who stood at the science station with his arm in a sling. McCoy had set the bone, a clean break. He had said, nothing a few weeks of healing couldn't fix, but the Vulcan had refused to leave his post. "You should be resting, Spock." "My arm is broken, Captain, not my mind." Spock's fingers moved over the controls, his expression focused. "The new star is stable. Its composition is consistent with the data recorded during the merger, a fusion of the 3 original solar masses, transformed into a new form of stellar matter. There are no signs of instability." "And the planets?" "Gone, Captain." Spock's voice was quiet. He did not look up from his console. "The gravimetric forces during the merger tore them apart. Their matter has been absorbed into the star's corona. There are no remnants, no debris fields, no asteroids, no dust. Everything that was there is now part of that star." Kirk thought of the empty cities on Folian 4, the cold tea cups, the unmade beds, the lights that would never be turned off again. Millions of people, billions, gone. And the inhabitants. Spock hesitated, a rare thing for a Vulcan. His fingers paused over the controls. His eyes grew distant. The scans are inconclusive. There is life energy present in the star's corona, vast amounts of it, but it is not life as we understand it. It is transformed, integrated. The atomic structures have been reconfigured into a new form of matter. They chose this, Kirk said. It was not a question. It appears so, Captain. Spock finally looked up. The Guardian of Folian spoke of fulfillment, of a transformation. It seems that the inhabitants of those worlds, the ones who disappeared, were not taken against their will. They were invited. Invited to become part of a star. Invited to become part of something greater than themselves. Spock's voice was soft. It is not a fate I would choose, but I am not them. Kirk turned back to the viewscreen. The blue star pulsed. Medical Bay Enterprise. McCoy moved between the biobeds, checking readings, adjusting hyposprays, offering quiet words of comfort. The medical bay was still crowded. The starberth had caused dozens of injuries, but the mood had shifted. The panic was gone. The urgency was gone. What remained was the silence of exhaustion, the heavy stillness that follows a storm. Nurse Chapel worked beside him, her hands steady, her face impassive. She had been on duty for 18 hours. She had not complained once. Ensign Takahashi sat up in her bed, her arm in a sling, her face pale. She was staring at the wall, not at anything in particular, just staring. McCoy sat down beside her. "How are you feeling?" She did not look at him. "They're gone, aren't they? The Gelovaaren who took our faces, they're gone." They retreated into the base on Cruval II. We're still monitoring them. Captain Kirk is negotiating with their leader. I dreamed about him last night. Her voice was flat, empty. The one who looked like me. He was standing in my quarters, wearing my uniform, drinking my coffee. He turned to me and smiled. It was my smile. I know my smile. What did he say? He said, "Thank you for the memories." She finally looked at him. Her eyes were red, but she was not crying. "He thanked me, Doctor, for stealing my face, for stealing my life, for stealing everything I was." McCoy was silent for a moment. Then, "His memories were copies, Ensign. Copies fade, copies degrade. Yours are real." "Are they?" Her voice cracked. "How do I know that what I remember is really mine? How do I know that I'm not the copy? How do I know that I'm not still in that cell, dreaming that I got out?" McCoy had no answer for that. He reached out and took her hand. She did not pull away. "Captain's quarters, Enterprise." Kirk sat at his desk, staring at the model of the Enterprise. The lights were dim. The ship was quiet. The only sound was the soft hum of the environmental systems and the distant echo of footsteps in the corridor. He had been thinking about the Guardians, about their words, "We are watching, we are waiting, we are guiding, we are also becoming," a chime at the door. "Come in." Spock entered, his arm still in the sling, his steps measured. He moved to the chair across from Kirk's desk and sat down without being invited, a sign of familiarity that spoke to years of shared command. "Captain, I have completed my preliminary analysis of the Gelovaaren's genetic structure." Preliminary. There is much work still to be done, but the foundation is there. Kirk leaned back in his chair. "Tell me." Spock's eyes grew distant, the look he got when he was organizing complex thoughts into simple words. "The Gelovaaren are shapeshifters of remarkable ability. Their DNA is fluid, Captain. It can rearrange itself at will, mimicking any life form they encounter. This is not a learned skill, it is innate, as natural to them as breathing is to us. They were born this way. They evolved this way." Spock paused. Their homeworld, Jelova Prime, was a harsh environment, extreme temperatures, scarce resources, constant predators. The ability to change form was essential for survival. Over millennia, it became part of their very essence. But it also made them dangerous. Dangerous to species that cannot change, Spock agreed. The Guardians recognized this. They saw that the Gelovaaren were not ready to coexist with other cultures, not because they were malicious, but because they were unable to control their nature. Kirk nodded slowly. The Guardians hunted them. The Guardians drove them back. Spock's voice was quiet. To protect the galaxy, yes, but also to protect the Gelovaaren from themselves. If they had continued as they were, they would have eventually been destroyed by the Klingons, by the Romulans, by any species that saw them as a threat. They were protecting them. They believed they were. Spock's expression was unreadable. Whether they were right is a question for philosophers, not scientists. Kirk was silent for a long moment. What do we do with them, Spock? Spock raised an eyebrow. That is not a scientific question, Captain. It is a moral one. Then answer it as a moral question. Spock considered. His fingers steepled beneath his chin. His eyes grew distant again. The Gelovaaren need a home, they need guidance, and they need to be seen, truly seen by the galaxy. Seen. Visible, Captain, recognizable. If they cannot hide, they cannot deceive. If they cannot deceive, they cannot be feared. And if they cannot be feared, they can be helped. Indeed. Spock unfolded his hands. I would like to request that Dr. McCoy be assigned to this problem. His medical expertise will be essential. No one else on this ship understands xenobiology as well as he does. Kirk nodded slowly. I'll talk to him. He is already working on it, Captain. A hint of something that might have been respect entered Spock's voice. He began the moment our crew was safe. He has not slept since. Kirk almost smiled. Of course he has. Corridor Enterprise later. McCoy walked slowly through the darkened corridor, his footsteps echoing in the silence. The ship was quiet at this hour. The night shift had taken over and most of the crew were asleep. He should have been asleep too. He was exhausted. His back ached. His eyes burned, but his mind would not stop. The Gelovaaren, their biology, their ability to mimic, the impossibility of detecting them. He had been thinking about it for hours, days. There had to be a way. Something in their genetic structure that could be used as a marker. Something that could not be copied, could not be hidden, could not be changed. But what? He stopped at a viewport and stared out at the stars. The blue star was still visible in the distance, a tiny point of light pulsing. They chose this, he thought. They chose to become part of something greater. What would I choose? He did not have an answer. Chapter 21, McCoy's Research. Stardate 5929.17. The medical bay was quiet at this hour. The emergency lights had been dimmed, casting long shadows across the biobeds and equipment. Most of the patients had been moved to recovery rooms or released to their quarters. Only a few remained, those with serious injuries, those who needed constant monitoring, those who simply could not bear to be alone with their thoughts. McCoy sat at his desk in the corner of the bay, surrounded by data pads and genetic scans. Empty coffee cups littered the surface, 3, maybe 4. He had lost count. The screen of his computer glowed in the dim light, casting harsh shadows across his tired, unshaven face. He had been here for hours, days. He had lost track of time entirely. The Gelovaaren's genetic structure was unlike anything he had ever seen. He had studied dozens of alien species during his years in Starfleet: Vulcans, Klingons, Romulans, even the Horta, which was silicon-based and barely recognizable as life. But nothing had prepared him for this. Their DNA was fluid, not metaphorically, literally. It rearranged itself constantly, adapting to whatever form they chose to take. It was beautiful in a strange, terrifying way, like a kaleidoscope that never stopped turning, like a river that never followed the same path twice. But there had to be a constant, something that remained the same, regardless of the form they took, some anchor in the chaos. He just had to find it. Computer, analyze Gelovaaren genetic sequences for invariant markers. Working. The screen flickered. Data scrolled past, too fast to read, too fast to follow. Rows of base pairs, sequences of amino acids, structures that folded and unfolded like origami. Analysis complete. No invariant markers found. McCoy slammed his fist on the desk. A coffee cup toppled, spilling cold dregs across a data pad. Damn it. Doctor, Spock's voice came from the doorway, calm as still water. You should rest. McCoy did not turn around. I'll rest when I find something. Spock walked into the room, his footsteps soft on the deck, his arms still in the sling. He stood beside McCoy's desk, looking down at the scattered data. The Gelovaaren's genetic structure is designed to avoid detection. His voice was quiet, almost gentle. They have evolved over millennia to become invisible, not just physically, but biologically. Their very essence is fluidity. I know. McCoy rubbed his eyes with the heels of his hands. That's what makes it so damn hard. Every time I think I've found something, it changes, adapts, disappears like smoke. Perhaps you are looking for the wrong thing. McCoy lowered his hands and looked up. What do you mean? Spock gestured to the screen. You are searching for a constant in their DNA, but their DNA is designed to have no constants. That is the source of their ability, the freedom to become anything. Then what should I be looking for? Spock was silent for a moment. His eyes grew distant, as if he were consulting some vast internal library. Something that is not a constant, something that cannot be changed without destroying their ability to change. A structural vulnerability, a keystone in an arch. Remove it and the entire structure collapses. McCoy stared at him. Then he turned back to the screen, his fingers flying over the keyboard. Computer, cross-reference Gelovaaren genetic sequences with known shapeshifter species. Look for structural vulnerabilities, sequences that are essential for shape-shifting but cannot be altered without causing systemic failure. Working. The data scrolled again, slower this time, more focused. Patterns emerged from the chaos. Sequences highlighted themselves in yellow, then orange, then red. Analysis complete. Gelovaaren genetic structure contains a recurring protein sequence that is essential for shape-shifting. This sequence appears in every known variant of Gelovaaren DNA. It cannot be altered without compromising the subject's ability to change form. Attempts to modify it result in cellular degradation and eventual death. McCoy's heart raced, his hands trembled. Can it be targeted? Unknown. Further analysis required. Then analyze it. McCoy turned to Spock, his eyes bright with a mix of hope and dread. We might have something, Spock. We might actually have something. Spock raised an eyebrow, that familiar questioning arch. A vulnerability. A marker. McCoy's voice was intense, almost feverish. If we can identify that protein sequence, we can create something that attaches to it, something that glows, something that can be detected by standard medical tricorders, something that can't be hidden, can't be changed, can't be removed. Spock was silent for a long moment. His eyes studied McCoy's face. And the Gelovaaren? He asked quietly. McCoy's enthusiasm dimmed. He looked down at his hands, at the coffee stains on his fingers, at the data pad soaked in cold dregs. They would carry it for the rest of their lives. Their children would carry it. Their children's children. His voice was barely a whisper. It would be in their blood forever. Spock nodded slowly. A permanent marker. A brand, McCoy looked up. That's what it is, Spock, a brand. A mark that says I am different, I am other, I am not like you. Would it cause them pain? No, it would be harmless physically, but emotionally, McCoy shook his head. I don't know. How would you feel if someone marked you for life? If your children were marked before they were even born? Spock considered. I would resent it. Exactly. Yet the alternative, leaving them invisible, would condemn them to eternal persecution. The Klingons would hunt them. The Romulans would experiment on them. Even the Federation would struggle to trust them. I know, McCoy ran a hand through his hair. I know. Continue your research, Doctor. Spock turned to leave. I will assist where I can, but do not forget the human cost of what you are creating. You're supposed to be resting. Spock paused at the door. My arm is broken, Doctor. My mind is not. He left. McCoy stared after him for a moment. Then he turned back to the screen. Computer, continue analysis. Focus on the protein sequence. I want to know everything about it, how it works, how it folds, how it can be targeted. Working. The data began to scroll again. McCoy picked up a fresh cup of coffee and settled in for a long night. Captain's quarters, Enterprise, same time. Kirk sat at his desk, reading the reports from the rescue mission. The numbers were grim: 430 crew members rescued, 37 with serious injuries, 12 still in critical condition. No deaths. Somehow no deaths. They could have killed us, he thought. They didn't. Why? The Gelovaaren had imprisoned his crew, stolen their identities, taken their ship. But they had not killed anyone, not a single person. What kind of enemy showed that kind of restraint? He picked up his communicator. Kirk to Spock. Spock here, Captain. How goes the research? A pause. Then, Dr. McCoy has identified a potential vulnerability in the Gelovaaren's genetic structure. A protein sequence essential for shape-shifting. A vulnerability. A marker, Captain. Something that could be used to identify them, regardless of the form they take. Kirk was silent for a moment. His fingers drummed on the desk. Come to my quarters when you have a moment. I want to discuss this. Understood, Captain. Spock out. Kirk set down the communicator and stared at the model of the Enterprise. A marker, he thought. A brand. What are we becoming? Captain's quarters, Enterprise, later. Spock arrived 20 minutes later carrying a data pad. His arm was still in the sling, but he moved with his usual precision. His face was impassive, but Kirk had known him long enough to see the tension in his jaw. Sit down, Spock. Kirk gestured to the chair across from his desk. Tell me about this marker. Spock sat, his posture perfect despite his injury. He placed the data pad on the desk between them. The Gelovaaren's ability to change form depends on a specific protein sequence in their DNA. Without it, they cannot shape-shift. They would be trapped in whatever form they happen to be wearing. And you want to target that sequence. Spock's eyes met Kirk's. Dr. McCoy wants to target it. I want to understand it. What's the difference? Spock paused. When he spoke again, his voice was softer than usual. Dr. McCoy is a healer, Captain. His instinct is to fix problems, to find solutions. Sometimes his compassion outpaces his caution. You think he's being reckless? I think he is being human. Spock's eyes grew distant. He sees the Gelovaaren as patients. He wants to help them, but the marker he proposes would be permanent, irreversible. It would mark them and their descendants for generations. What's the alternative? Spock was silent. There is none, Kirk said. We both know that. Then we must ensure that the marker is as unobtrusive as possible. Spock picked up the data pad, scrolling through the data. That it does not harm them, that it does not cause pain, that it does not interfere with their ability to live normal lives. And that it works. And that it works, Spock agreed. Kirk stood up and walked to the window. The stars stretched out before him, endless and cold. Somewhere out there, the Gelovaaren were waiting. Continue the research, Spock, but keep me informed. If this marker becomes a reality, I want to know everything about it, the good and the bad. Understood, Captain. And Spock. Spock rose from his chair. Yes, Captain. Thank you. Spock raised an eyebrow. For what, Captain? For caring. Kirk turned to face him. For caring about them, for caring about us, for caring about what we're becoming. Spock was silent for a moment. Then, I am Vulcan, Captain. Caring is illogical. And yet you do it anyway. Spock did not answer. He simply nodded once, then turned and left the room. Kirk watched him go. Then he turned back to the window. The stars watched him back. Chapter 22, The Debate. Stardate 5929.18. The conference room was full. Kirk sat at the head of the table, his hands folded in front of him, his face unreadable. To his right sat Spock, his arms still in the sling, his expression calm but his eyes sharp. To his left sat McCoy, dark circles under his eyes, a data pad clutched in his hands like a lifeline. Around the table sat the senior staff, Scotty, Uhura, Sulu, Chekhov, all of them tired, all of them haunted. All of them waiting for someone to say the words that would change everything. The room was silent except for the soft hum of the environmental systems. Kirk looked at each of them in turn. You've all read Dr. McCoy's proposal. Nods around the table, some reluctant, some resigned, some simply exhausted. Then you know what he's suggesting. Kirk's voice was calm, measured. A biological marker, a protein signature that would identify any Gelovaar, regardless of the form they take. It would be permanent, it would be hereditary, it would be detectable by any standard medical tricorder. It would be a brand, Uhura said quietly. Her voice was steady but her hands were trembling on the table. Kirk nodded. Yes, it would. Why? Chekhov asked. His young face was pale, his eyes red from lack of sleep. Dark stubble shadowed his jaw. Why do we need to brand them? They didn't kill anyone, they didn't torture anyone. They just locked us up and forgot about us. Because they're invisible, McCoy said. His voice was hoarse, scraped raw by hours of debate and too much coffee. Because they can become anyone. Because they already took this ship once. Because next time they might not be so gentle. They didn't kill anyone, Sulu pointed out. His voice was quiet, almost a whisper. That has to count for something. It counts, McCoy agreed. But it doesn't change the facts. They can be anyone. They can go anywhere. They can do anything and no one would know. You're afraid, Spock said. It was not an accusation. It was an observation. His voice was calm, almost gentle. Damn right I'm afraid. McCoy's voice rose, cracking with emotion. I'm afraid of what they could do. I'm afraid of what they might become. And I'm afraid of what we might have to do to stop them if we don't find another way. Fear is not a justification for branding an entire species, Spock said calmly. Then what is? McCoy shot back. Spock was silent for a moment. His eyes moved around the table, taking in the faces of his crewmates. Necessity. The room was quiet. Scotty cleared his throat. He had been silent until now, his hands folded on the table, his eyes fixed on the wood grain. Doctor, this marker, would it hurt them? No, McCoy shook his head. It would be harmless physically. It wouldn't affect their health, their lifespan, their ability to function. But emotionally, McCoy looked down at the data pad. His thumb traced the edge of the screen. I don't know, he admitted. How would you feel if someone marked you for life? If your children were marked before they were even born? I wouldn't like it, Scotty said quietly. Neither would I. Then why are you proposing it? Uhura asked. Her voice was sharp, almost angry. If you don't like it, if you know it's wrong, why are you the one pushing for it? McCoy looked up. His eyes were red, but there were no tears. Because the alternative is worse. His voice was barely a whisper. If we don't mark them, someone else will. The Klingons won't offer them a choice. The Romulans won't offer them a marker. They'll offer them death. Or slavery, Sulu added quietly. Or slavery, McCoy agreed. At least with us they have a chance. At least with us they're not hunted. Are you sure about that? Chekhov asked. Are you sure they won't be hunted anyway? A brand doesn't stop a hunter. It just makes the prey easier to find. McCoy had no answer for that. Kirk spoke for the first time. His voice was calm, but there was an edge beneath it. What does the marker do exactly? McCoy tapped his data pad. The screen lit up, showing a complex molecular structure, a spiraling chain of amino acids, glowing blue against the black background. The Gelovaaren's shape-shifting ability depends on a specific protein sequence. Without it, they can't change form. My marker attaches to that sequence permanently. It doesn't disable the sequence, but it makes it visible. Any standard medical tricorder can detect it. How does it make it visible? The marker is fluorescent. It emits a low-level glow that tricorders can pick up. It's invisible to the naked eye. The Gelovaaren won't see it, won't feel it, but our scanners will. So they can still change form. Yes, but they can't hide. Can they remove it? McCoy shook his head. No, it's integrated into their DNA. Any attempt to remove it would destroy their ability to shape-shift, and probably kill them in the process. Would that kill them? McCoy hesitated. His hands trembled slightly. Maybe, probably, I don't know, I haven't tested it. And you don't want to, Spock said. No, McCoy's voice was firm. I don't. Kirk turned to Spock. What do you think? Spock considered. His fingers steepled beneath his chin. His eyes grew distant. The marker is a permanent solution to a permanent problem. His voice was slow, measured. The Gelovaaren cannot change what they are. We cannot change what they are. But we can make them visible, and visibility is the first step toward trust. Trust? Uhura's voice was sharp. How can we trust them after what they did? They stole our faces, they stole our lives, they made us doubt our own memories. They were afraid, Spock said. They are still afraid. Fear makes people do terrible things, but it does not make them irredeemable. You sound like you're defending them. Spock's eyes met hers. I am explaining them. There is a difference. Enough, Kirk raised a hand. The room fell silent. I don't like this marker, he said. His voice was heavy. I don't like the idea of branding anyone. I don't like the idea of marking children before they're born. I don't like any of it. He paused, looking around the table. But I like the alternative even less. What alternative? Chekhov asked. The alternative where we do nothing. Kirk's voice was grim. Where the Gelovaaren remain invisible, where the Klingons find them first, where the Romulans experiment on them, where the Federation hunts them out of fear. So we mark them to save them? Uhura asked. Yes, Kirk's voice was heavy. We mark them to save them. The room was silent. Scotty spoke first. His voice was quiet, almost inaudible. Captain, if we do this, if we mark them, we're not just saving them, we're changing them. Forever. I know. Are we ready for that? Kirk looked around the table, at Sulu's tired eyes still red from weeping, at Chekhov's pale face, his jaw set, at Uhura's clenched jaw, her hands still trembling, at Scotty's trembling hands, his knuckles white, at Spock's calm, unreadable expression, at McCoy's exhausted guilt written in every line of his face. "No," he said, "but we're doing it anyway." Corridor Enterprise after the meeting. The corridor was empty. Kirk walked alone, his footsteps echoing on the metal deck. The lights were dim, the night shift had taken over, and most of the crew were asleep. He should have been asleep too. He stopped at a viewport and stared out at the stars. The blue star was still visible in the distance, a tiny point of light, pulsing like a heartbeat. We marked them to save them. He wondered if the Guardians had said the same thing centuries ago when they first began hunting the Gelovaaren. We hunt them to save them. We drive them back to save them. We brand them to save them. What was the difference? He did not have an answer. Medical Bay, Enterprise later. McCoy sat alone in the medical bay, staring at the data pad. The marker was ready. He had tested it on simulated Gelovaaren DNA 100 times, 1,000 times. It worked. It would work. But he could not shake the feeling that he was doing something wrong. The door hissed open. Spock walked in, his footsteps soft on the deck. "Doctor." "Spock," McCoy did not look up. "Come to lecture me about ethics." "No." Spock sat down beside him, his movements careful, mindful of his injured arm. "I came to sit with you." McCoy looked at him. "Why?" "Because you are afraid." "I'm not afraid." Spock raised an eyebrow. "You are afraid that you are right, and you are afraid that you are wrong, and you are afraid that neither matters because the decision has already been made." McCoy stared at him. "How do you do that?" "Do what?" "See inside my head." Spock's expression softened as much as a Vulcan's expression could soften. "I am Vulcan, Doctor. Reading emotions is not difficult, especially when they are written on your face." McCoy almost smiled. "Get out of here, Spock." "In a moment." Spock's voice grew quieter. "Doctor, you are doing the right thing. The marker is not a punishment. It is a key. It will open doors that have been closed to the Gelovaaren for centuries. Or it will lock them in a cage." "A cage with a view of the stars." Spock stood. "That is more than they have now." He left. McCoy stared after him for a long moment. Then he looked back at the data pad. The marker was ready. He only hoped it was worthy of the name. Chapter 23, The Proposal. Stardate 5929.19. The transporter room was quiet. Too quiet, Kirk thought. The usual hum of the machinery seemed muted, as if the ship itself was holding its breath. He stood on the platform, his hands clasped behind his back, his face calm but his heart heavy. Beside him stood Spock, his arms still in the sling, his expression unreadable. On his other side, McCoy held a small case, the marker, ready for presentation. His hands were steady, but Kirk could see the tension in his jaw. Before them, the air shimmered. Counselor Thurin materialized alone. His amorphic form pulsed slowly, colors shifting from deep blue to pale gold and back again. He had chosen not to bring an escort. He had chosen to come alone. Kirk wondered if that was a sign of trust or of resignation. "Captain Kirk." Thurin's voice echoed in their minds, soft and sad, like the echo of a bell in an empty cathedral. "You have asked for this meeting." Kirk nodded. "Thank you for coming, Counselor." "I came because I must." Thurin's form pulsed, a faster rhythm now, agitated. "My people are afraid. They do not know what will become of us. They do not know if we have a future." "That's what I want to discuss." Kirk gestured toward the corridor. "Shall we walk? I find it easier to talk when I'm moving." Thurin's form shifted. flowing into a shape that might have been a nod. Yes. Corridor Enterprise continuous. They walked in silence, Kirk in the lead, Spock and McCoy flanking him, Thurin floating beside them. Their footsteps echoed on the metal deck. Crew members pressed themselves against the walls as they passed, eyes wide, hands reaching for phasers that were not there. Some whispered, some stared, some simply looked away. "They are afraid of me," Thurin said. "It was not a question." "They're afraid of what you represent," Kirk replied. "The unknown, the invisible, the thing that could be anyone." "Your people imprisoned us." Thurin's voice was calm, but there was an edge beneath it. "They put us in cells and forgot about us, and yet you judge us for doing the same to them." Kirk stopped. He turned to face the Gelovaaren leader. "You're right." His voice was quiet. "We are not blameless, neither are you, but blame won't help anyone now." "Then what will?" Kirk gestured to McCoy. The doctor stepped forward, holding up the case. His hands were trembling slightly. "A marker," McCoy said. His voice was steady, but there was a tremor beneath it. "A biological signature that would identify any Gelovaar, regardless of the form you take." Thurin's form pulsed faster now, agitated. His colors shifted from gold to crimson. "You wish to brand us." "I wish to make you visible." McCoy opened the case. Inside lay a small vial of clear liquid, unremarkable, almost invisible against the velvet lining. "This is harmless physically. It won't hurt you. It won't affect your ability to change form." "Then what does it do?" "It makes you detectable." McCoy's voice was gentle, almost tender. "Any standard medical tricorder will be able to identify you no matter what shape you take. You could be a human, a Vulcan, a Klingon, the tricorder would still read Gelovaar." Thurin was silent for a long moment. His colors shifted gold to gray to black, before settling into a deep, troubled blue. "You wish to take away our only protection," he said. "Our invisibility is all that has kept us alive for centuries. Without it, we are prey." "Your invisibility is what made you a target," Spock said. His voice was calm, measured. "The Klingons do not hunt what they can see. The Romulans do not fear what they understand. The Federation cannot trust what it cannot identify." "You speak of fear." Thurin's voice was sharp, almost angry. "You do not know fear. You have not been hunted for 500 years. You have not watched your children vanish into the void. You have not felt the heat of a star's anger on your skin." "You're right," Spock's voice was quiet. "I have not, but I have observed fear in many species. It distorts judgment, it breeds cruelty, it makes enemies of those who could be friends. And this marker will end our fear." "It will end your invisibility," Spock said. "Fear of the unknown is the oldest fear. Once you are known, you can no longer be feared in the same way." "Or we can be hated," Thurin said, "openly. Visibly, with nowhere to hide." "Yes," Kirk's voice was heavy, "that is the risk." Thurin's form pulsed slow, thoughtful, like a heartbeat. "Captain Kirk, you ask us to trade one prison for another. Invisibility was our cage. It kept us safe, but it also kept us alone. Now you offer us visibility, but visibility is also a cage. It comes with bars of judgment and locks of prejudice." "No," Kirk shook his head. "Visibility is a key. It opens doors. It allows trust. It lets people see you not as a threat but as fellow travelers in this galaxy." "Trust?" Thurin's voice was bitter. "Your people flinch when I pass. They reach for weapons that are not there. They see me and they fear me. They do not see a person. They see a monster." "They see you and they see the unknown," Kirk said. "Give them time. Give them knowledge. Give them a reason to trust." "And the marker?" "The marker is the first step." Thurin was silent. His colors shifted, black to blue to gold and back again, a kaleidoscope of uncertainty. "If we accept this marker," he said finally, "what becomes of us?" "You return to your world," Kirk said. "You rebuild, you grow, you learn to walk before you run." "Our world is gone," Thurin's voice was hollow. "The Guardians saw to that." "Then find a new one." Kirk's voice was firm. "The galaxy is vast, Counselor. There are worlds without number. The Federation will help you find one, a place where you can grow, where you can become what you need to become." "And if we refuse?" "Then you remain here." Kirk spread his hands. "On this world that is not your own, in this prison of your own making." Thurin's form pulsed. "Once, twice, 3 times. You offer us a choice, Captain." "I offer you a chance." Kirk's voice softened. "A chance to stop running, a chance to stop hiding, a chance to exist without fear." Thurin was silent for a long moment. His colors settled into a deep, steady blue, the blue of a calm sea, the blue of a twilight sky. "I must speak with my people," he said. "This decision cannot be made by one alone." "I understand. How long do we have?" Kirk looked at Spock. Spock raised an eyebrow. "The Federation is patient," Kirk said, "but not infinitely. A week, perhaps 2, no more." Thurin's form pulsed. "We will speak again, Captain Kirk." He vanished. The corridor was empty. Captain's quarters, Enterprise later. Kirk sat at his desk, staring at the model of the Enterprise. The lights were dim. The ship was quiet. The only sound was the soft hum of the environmental systems. Spock sat across from him, sipping tea. His arm was still in the sling, but he had refused to stay in medical bay. His movements were careful, precise as always. "What do you think?" Kirk asked. Spock considered. He set down his cup. "The Gelovaaren are afraid," he said. "Fear makes people cautious. But it also makes them desperate. They have been running for centuries. They are tired, Captain, tired of hiding, tired of fleeing. Tired of being hunted. Do you think they'll accept the marker?" Spock paused. "I think they have no choice." Kirk nodded slowly. "Neither do we." He picked up his communicator. Kirk to McCoy. "McCoy here, Captain." The doctor's voice was weary. "How's the marker?" "It's ready." A pause. "It's been ready." No second thoughts. A long pause, then, "Dozens, hundreds, but it's still ready." "Good. Get some rest, Doctor." "I'll try." Another pause. "Jim." "Yes." "Do you think we're doing the right thing?" Kirk looked at Spock. Spock raised an eyebrow. "I don't know, Bones," Kirk said. "I hope so." "That's not an answer." "It's the only one I have." The communicator clicked off. Kirk set it down and looked at Spock. "Spock, do you think we're doing the right thing?" Spock raised an eyebrow. "That is not a scientific question, Captain." "Then answer it as a moral one." Spock was silent for a long moment. His fingers steepled beneath his chin. His eyes grew distant. "I believe," he said finally, "that we are doing the only thing we can. The Gelovaaren cannot remain invisible. The galaxy will not allow it. The marker offers them a path, not an easy path, but a path. And if they refuse, then they will continue to run." Spock's voice was quiet. "And eventually they will be caught. The Klingons will not offer them a marker. The Romulans will not offer them a choice. They will offer them death." Kirk nodded slowly. "Then let's hope they choose wisely." He turned to the window. The stars stretched out before him, endless and cold. Somewhere out there, the Gelovaaren were deciding their future. He hoped it was the right one. Chapter 24. The Decision. Stardate 5929.2. The conference room was quiet. Too quiet, Kirk thought. The kind of quiet that comes before a storm, the hush of wind before the sky opens, the stillness of a held breath. The air was heavy, thick with anticipation. He sat at the head of the table, his hands folded in front of him. To his right sat Spock, his arms still in the sling, his expression unreadable. To his left sat McCoy, dark circles under his eyes, the case with the marker on the table before him. His hands rested on the case, fingers trembling slightly. Around the table sat the senior staff, Scotty, Uhura, Sulu, Chekhov, all of them tired, all of them waiting, all of them aware that this moment would shape the future of an entire species. The only sounds were the soft hum of the environmental systems and the occasional beep of a console on the bridge beyond the closed doors. The viewscreen flickered. Counselor Thurin appeared. He was not alone. Behind him, Kirk could see other Gelovaaren, dozens of them, their amorphic forms pulsing with nervous energy. They had come to witness the decision. They had come to see their future. Some pulsed with rapid, anxious light, their colors shifting like storm clouds. Others were slow, almost resigned, their glow faded like embers dying in a hearth. "Captain Kirk," Thurin said. His voice echoed in their minds, soft but steady, like the distant sound of waves on a shore far below. "We have made our decision." Kirk nodded, his throat was dry. "We're listening." Thurin was silent for a long moment. His colors shifted, blue to gold to silver and back again, as if he were searching for the right hue to match his words. The other Gelovaaren behind him pulsed in unison, their lights synchronizing with his. "We will accept the marker." The room was silent. McCoy let out a breath he didn't know he was holding. His shoulders sagged. Spock raised an eyebrow, a rare sign of surprise. Scotty leaned back in his chair, his face pale, his hands gripping the armrests. Uhura closed her eyes. Sulu stared at the viewscreen, his expression unreadable. Chekhov looked like he was about to be sick. Kirk leaned forward. His voice was quiet. "Why?" Thurin's form pulsed, a slow, rhythmic beat like the tolling of a bell in an empty cathedral. "Because we are tired, Captain." His voice was soft, almost inaudible, barely a whisper in their minds. "Tired of running, tired of hiding, tired of being hunted. We have been running for 500 years. We have forgotten what it feels like to stand still. We have forgotten what it feels like to be known. We have forgotten what it feels like to look at another being and not see a potential threat. Standing still is not the same as being safe." "No," Thurin's voice was quiet, accepting. "But it is the first step. The first step toward something new. The first step toward a future we cannot yet imagine." Kirk nodded slowly. He looked at McCoy. The doctor opened the case. The hinges creaked softly in the silence. "The marker is permanent," Kirk said. "It will be passed down to your children, and their children. There is no going back. Once it's done, for generations, for centuries, for as long as your species exists." "We know." "And your people, they agree." Thurin's form shifted. Behind him, the other Gelovaaren pulsed in unison, a silent chorus of affirmation. Their lights synchronized, glowing in the same deep blue rhythm like a heartbeat shared among thousands. "Not all," Thurin admitted. His voice carried a weight of sorrow, a burden that had grown heavier with each passing day. "Some are afraid, some are angry, some are uncertain. They have not yet decided. They watch, they wait, they hope for a sign." "What will happen to the ones who are uncertain?" "They will stay, they will watch. They will see whether the marker brings safety or suffering, whether it opens doors or slams them shut." Thurin paused. His colors dimmed. "We cannot force them. Fear cannot be cured by command. It can only be healed by example." Kirk nodded slowly, his jaw tight. "And the ones who refuse entirely, who will not accept the marker under any circumstances." Thurin's form pulsed slower now, almost sad, the rhythm of a funeral march. "They have not yet refused, not completely. They are still with us. Still watching, still waiting. They have not given up hope that there might be another way. When they see that there is none, they will decide. Then it's not done. It is begun, Thurin said. That is enough. That is more than we have had in centuries. A beginning is a sacred thing, Captain Kirk. Do not dismiss it. McCoy stood up. He opened the case and took out the vial. The liquid inside was clear, almost invisible against the glass, catching the light in faint, prismatic flickers. "The marker is ready," he said. His voice was steady, but his hands trembled. "It won't hurt. You won't feel it. It will be like breathing natural, unnoticed, like a heartbeat you never think about until you listen." "How is it administered?" "Through the air if you prefer, or individually. The choice is yours." Thurin's form pulsed. "Through the air, we will face this together. As a people, as one. No one will be singled out. No one will be forced to watch while others go before them." McCoy nodded. He turned to Spock. "The environmental systems." "Ready, Doctor." Spock's fingers moved over his console, tapping softly, precisely. "I can release the marker into the ventilation system of the base. It will reach every Gelovaar within minutes. The dispersal will be even. No one will receive more or less than another. It will be fair." "Do it." Spock pressed a button. The soft hum of the console changed pitch, became a whisper, then a sigh. On the view screen, the Gelovaaran waited. The marker began to spread. Gelovaar base, CROOVALII continuous. The air in the base changed. It was subtle, a faint shimmer like heat rising from desert sand on a summer afternoon. A barely perceptible shift in pressure, in temperature, in the quality of the light. The Gelovaaran felt it before they saw it. A tingling, a warmth, a presence, gentle but insistent, like a hand reaching out to touch them. Counselor Thurin stood at the center of the gathering, his form pulsing slowly, steadily. Around him, his people waited, some standing close, others hovering at the edges, ready to flee if the sensation became too much. The marker entered their bodies. It was not painful. It was not pleasant. It simply was like breathing, like heartbeat, like thought itself. It settled into them, found its place, made itself at home. They began to glow. Not the shifting, kaleidoscope glow of their natural forms, the wild dance of colors that had once been their only protection, their only camouflage. A new glow, a steady glow. The blue of the marker, deep, calm, unmistakable. The blue of a twilight sky, the blue of a calm sea, the blue of something that would never change again. "It is done," Thurin said. His voice echoed in their minds, carrying across the gathering like a bell ringing in a still morning. "We are visible." The Gelovaaran pulsed in unison. Once, twice, 3 times, a new people was born. Conference room, Enterprise continuous. "It's working," McCoy whispered. His voice was barely audible, almost lost in the hum of the ship. On the view screen, the Gelovaaran's colors settled into a deep, steady blue. The blue of the marker, the blue of visibility, the blue of a future they had never dared to imagine. Thurin's form pulsed slower now, calmer, like a heart that had finally stopped racing. "I can feel it," he said. "It does not hurt, it simply is. It is like waking from a long dream and finding that the world has not changed, only your place in it." "You will carry it for the rest of your lives," Kirk said. "Your children will carry it. Their children will carry it. For generations. For as long as your species endures." "We know," Thurin's voice was steady. "We accept." Kirk leaned back in his chair. "Then it's begun." The room was silent. The view screen showed the Gelovaaran, glowing blue, beginning to move toward the transports that would carry them to their new world. In the silence, Spock spoke. "Captain, the Federation ships are ready to escort them to their destination. The Farragut, the Hood, and the Republic are standing by." "Tell them to proceed." "Aye, Captain." On the view screen, the first transports lifted off, carrying the Gelovaaren away from the world that had been their prison and toward a world that might become their home. Kirk watched them go. Behind him, he heard McCoy sigh. "It's done," the doctor said. "It's begun," Kirk corrected. He turned to the view screen. Somewhere out there, a new chapter was opening. He hoped it would be a good one. Chapter 25, The Return Home. Stardate 5929.21. The bridge of the Enterprise was quiet. Not the silence of danger, the red alert lights were dark, the klaxons silent. Not the silence of tension, the crew was no longer holding their breath, waiting for the next crisis. This was the silence of departure. The quiet that comes before a long goodbye, the hush that settles over a ship when something precious is about to be lost, the stillness of a held breath before the first step into the unknown. Kirk sat in the command chair, watching the view screen. The planet below, the gray, scarred world that had been the Gelovaaren's temporary home for the past weeks, rotated slowly against the black backdrop of space. Its surface was marked by ancient craters and deep canyons, remnants of the cataclysm that had driven its inhabitants to flee centuries ago. Dust storms raged across its surface, veiling the ruins of the structures the Gelovaaren had built during their brief stay. But now, something was changing. Shuttles lifted from the surface, one after another, carrying the Gelovaaren to the ships that would take them home. Not the Enterprise, other ships, Federation ships that had arrived in response to Kirk's request. Vessels with names like Farragut and Hood and Republic, their hulls gleaming in the distant light of the blue star that still pulsed on the view screen's edge. Ships that would escort the Gelovaaren to their new world, a world on the edge of the Beta Quadrant, far from the trade routes, far from the conflicts, far from everything they had ever known. "They're leaving," Sulu said. His voice was quiet, almost sad. His hands rested on the navigation controls, still as if he were reluctant to touch them, as if by not moving he could stop time. "Yes," Kirk nodded. "They are." Sulu turned to look at him. "Do you think they'll be okay?" Kirk considered. He thought of Counselor Thurin's words, "We have been running for 500 years." He thought of the young ones, still uncertain, still watching, still waiting to see whether the marker would bring safety or suffering. "I don't know," he said finally. "I hope so." Chekhov looked up from his sensor console, his young face pale in the glow of the displays. Dark circles shadowed his eyes. He had not slept well since the marker was administered. "Captain, the last shuttle has cleared the atmosphere. The surface is empty. No life signs remain." He paused, his fingers hovering over his console. "No signs of anyone left behind. Any sign of the ones who were uncertain, the ones who haven't decided yet." Chekhov shook his head. "They are aboard the transports, Captain. They have chosen to stay for now. They are watching, waiting. Their life signs are agitated, uncertain, but they are there." Kirk nodded slowly. That was as much as he could hope for. The uncertain ones had not fled. They had not rebelled. They had chosen to wait, and waiting was a form of hope. "Captain," Uhura said, her voice soft, almost reluctant. She had been silent for most of the watch, her eyes fixed on her console, her fingers still. "Counselor Thurin is requesting a final communication before they depart. He says it's important." "Put him through." The view screen flickered. Static hissed, the ghostly white noise of subspace interference. Then Counselor Thurin appeared. His amorphic form pulsed with the deep blue glow of the marker. The light was steady now, no longer shifting and uncertain. It was calm, resigned, the blue of a twilight sky after a long day's battle. Behind him, Kirk could see the other Gelovaaren, hundreds of them, their forms pulsing in the same steady rhythm. They had come to witness the departure. They had come to say goodbye. "Captain Kirk," Thurin said. His voice echoed in their minds, soft and steady like the distant sound of waves on a shore far below. "We are about to leave. I wanted to thank you." "You don't need to thank me, counselor." "I do." Thurin's form pulsed once, deep and long. "You gave us a choice. You gave us a chance. That is more than anyone has given us in 500 years. We have been hunted, driven, despised. No one has ever offered us a hand. Only you." Kirk was silent for a moment. He thought of DelVesta and Vuruuk, the Gelovaaren who had believed they were human, who had loved and fought and died for a ship that was not theirs. He thought of the terror in their eyes when the marker stripped away their disguises and revealed what they truly were. He thought of Vesper and the other young ones, still watching, still uncertain. "What will you do now?" he asked. "We will go to our new world," Thurin said. "It is far from here, on the edge of the Beta Quadrant. There are no other sentient species in that system. We will be alone." His voice softened. "It is safer that way, for us, for others. We need time to learn who we are without the fear. Perhaps in a generation or two we will be ready to join the galaxy." "Alone," Kirk repeated, "for generations." "We have been alone for centuries," Thurin said. "But now we have a destination. That is more than we had before. And your children, they will carry the marker." "They will carry the marker," Thurin's form pulsed. "They will be visible, they will be known." His voice softened further, almost to a whisper. "It is not what I would have chosen for them. It is not what any parent would choose for their children. But it is better than being hunted, better than being feared. Perhaps one day they will thank us for this choice. Perhaps they will curse us. I do not know." "I hope so, both." "So do I." Thurin's form pulsed once, twice, 3 times. "Farewell, Captain Kirk. May your journeys be safe. May your stars always shine. May you find what you are searching for." "And yours, counselor." Kirk's voice was heavy. "May you find peace." The view screen went dark. Transporter room, Enterprise later. The transporter room was empty. The pads were cold, unused. The air was still. Kirk stood on the platform, his hands clasped behind his back, his eyes fixed on the empty space where the Gelovaaren had materialized only days ago. It felt like years. Beside him stood Spock, his arms still in the sling, his expression unreadable. Behind him, McCoy leaned against the wall, his arms crossed, his face pale, his eyes red-rimmed. "Last of the Gelovaaren are aboard the Federation ships," Scotty reported from the controls. His voice was tight, strained. "The Farragut is signaling ready to depart. The Hood and the Republic are standing by. All systems are green." "Shall I beam them down?" Scotty asked. "No," Kirk shook his head. "They're not coming back." Scotty nodded slowly. He powered down the transporter. The hum faded into silence, leaving only the whisper of the environmental systems. McCoy stepped forward, his footsteps echoing on the deck. "Jim, are you sure about this? About letting them go?" "They're not prisoners, Bones. They never were. But they could be dangerous. They could come back. They could try again. The uncertain ones could still change their minds." "They could." Kirk turned to face him. "But so could we, so could anyone. The Klingons could attack tomorrow. The Romulans could declare war. We don't lock up every potential threat. We can't live in fear of what might happen." McCoy was silent for a moment. Then, "I still don't know if the marker was the right thing." "Neither do I." Kirk's voice was quiet. "But it was the only thing that gave them a chance. The only thing that gave us a chance to trust them. The uncertain ones are watching. Let them see that trust is possible." McCoy sighed. "You're a stubborn man, Jim Kirk." "So I've been told." Kirk turned to leave, then stopped. "Mr. Spock, the Federation ships are requesting our escort to the edge of Federation space." Spock raised an eyebrow. "They are, Captain. The Farragut is holding position, awaiting our signal. Shall I inform them that we will accompany them?" Kirk nodded. "Tell them we'll accompany them to the border, no farther. They need to make the rest of the journey on their own." "Understood, Captain." Mr. Sulu set course for the border, ahead slow. No need to rush. Let them have this moment. "Aye, Captain." The Enterprise began to move slowly, gently, like a mother escorting her children to the edge of the nest. Captain's quarters, Enterprise night. Kirk sat at his desk, staring at the model of the Enterprise. The lights were dim. The ship was quiet. The only sound was the soft hum of the environmental systems and the distant echo of footsteps in the corridor. He had been thinking about the Gelovaaren, about their centuries of running, about their fear, about their hope. He had been thinking about DelVesta and Vuruuk, the ones who had believed they were human, who had loved and lost and died for a lie. He had been thinking about Vesper and the other young ones, still watching, still uncertain, waiting to see whether the marker would bring safety or suffering. He picked up his communicator. "Kirk to McCoy." "McCoy here, Captain." The doctor's voice was weary, thick with exhaustion. In the background, Kirk could hear the soft beep of medical monitors. "Bones, do you think they'll be okay?" A long pause. He could hear McCoy breathing on the other end of the line. "I don't know, Jim, I hope so." A longer pause. "The uncertain ones are still watching. They're afraid, but they're still there. That's something." "That's not an answer." "It's the only one I have." Another pause. "They've been running for 500 years. They've forgotten what it feels like to stand still. It's going to take time, maybe generations, before they learn to trust again, before they learn to trust themselves, before they learn that visibility is not the same as vulnerability." "And the marker?" "The marker is a reminder." McCoy's voice was heavy. "A reminder that they're different, a reminder that they can't hide. Maybe someday it won't matter. Maybe someday it'll just be a part of them, like the color of their skin or the shape of their eyes. But not today, not tomorrow, not for a long time." "Not today," Kirk agreed. "Jim." "Yes." "Do you think we did the right thing? Not the necessary thing, not the practical thing, the right thing." Kirk stared at the model of the Enterprise. He thought of Paul Meal, who had died because of a decision he made. He thought of DelVesta, who had died because of who he was. He thought of Vuruuk, who had died for love. He thought of the uncertain ones, still watching, still waiting. "I don't know, Bones," he said. "I hope so." "That's not an answer." "It's the only one I have." He set down the communicator and stared out the window. The stars stretched out before him, endless and cold. Somewhere out there, the Gelovaaren were beginning a new life. Somewhere out there, the uncertain ones were watching. Somewhere out there, Vesper and the other young ones were still waiting to decide. He hoped they found what they were looking for. He hoped the marker would open doors, not close them. He hoped the future would be kind. But he did not know. He would never know. And that, he realized, was the hardest part of command. Not the decisions, not the consequences, the not knowing. He sat in the darkness and watched the stars. Chapter 26, The Marker. Stardate 5929.22. The medical bay was quiet. Too quiet, McCoy thought, the kind of quiet that settles over a room after a long battle, when the wounded have been treated and the dead have been counted, and all that remains is the echo of what was lost and the whisper of what might come. He stood before the main display screen, his hands resting on the console, his eyes fixed on the data before him. The image showed the Gelovaaren's genetic structure, a complex, swirling pattern of light and shadow like a galaxy frozen in glass. It was beautiful in a terrible way, like a wound that had healed but left a scar, like a door that had closed but left a key. Behind him, Kirk and Spock sat in silence. They had come to hear the final report. They had come to understand the full implications of what they had done. The air was still, heavy with the weight of what was being discussed. "The marker," McCoy began, his voice clinical now, stripped of the emotion that had haunted him for days. He had moved past grief into acceptance. "Is a synthetic retrovirus. It targets the specific protein sequence that enables shape-shifting in the Gelovaaren, the so-called polymorphic anchor." He tapped the screen. The image zoomed in, showing the protein sequence in microscopic detail, a spiraling chain of amino acids glowing blue against the black background. It looked like a staircase winding into infinity. "The sequence is called the polymorphic anchor," he continued. "It's the only constant in their otherwise fluid DNA. Everything else can change, but not this. Without it, shape-shifting is impossible. Their bodies would have no reference point, no template to return to. Our marker attaches to this anchor permanently." Spock leaned forward, his eyes sharp. "Permanently." "Permanently." McCoy pulled up another image, a simulation of the marker integrating into the DNA strand. The blue light spread through the spiral like water finding its way through cracks in stone. "It doesn't disable the anchor. The Gelovaaren can still change form. That was important to me. I didn't want to take away what they are. But the marker emits a low-level fluorescent signal, a wavelength no known life form produces naturally." "How did you achieve that specificity?" McCoy almost smiled. It was the first time Spock had asked him a purely scientific question without an ethical sub. He appreciated that more than he would ever admit. "The marker uses a modified version of a protein found in bioluminescent algae from Capella IV," he said. "I synthesized it to bind exclusively to the polymorphic anchor. It's like a key that only fits one lock, or a hand that only clasps one other hand. I spent days testing it, running simulations, checking for cross-reactivity with other species. Nothing else triggers it." Kirk leaned forward, "And the Gelovaaren can't remove it." "Any attempt to remove the marker would require destroying the polymorphic anchor." McCoy's voice was steady, but there was a tremor beneath it. "Without the anchor, they lose the ability to shape-shift. Their cellular structure becomes unstable. Their bodies would have no reference point. They would unravel. They would die within hours." "So they're stuck with it." "They're stuck with it," McCoy confirmed. "But they're not harmed by it. The marker is inert. It doesn't affect their health, their lifespan, their abilities. It simply announces what they are. A whisper, not a shout." Spock's fingers moved over his datapad. "And detection." McCoy pulled up a third image, a standard medical tricorder display, showing the distinctive frequency signature of the marker. "The marker produces a distinct frequency. Any tricorder can be calibrated to detect it. The Federation has already agreed to distribute the calibration protocols to all member worlds. Within 6 months, every medical facility in the Federation will be able to identify a Gelovaar on scan." "On site." "On scan," McCoy corrected. "They still look like whatever form they've chosen. They could be standing right in front of you and you wouldn't see anything unusual. But the tricorder will tell the truth. The machine will not lie." Kirk stood up and walked to the screen. He stared at the image of the Gelovaaren's genetic structure, the swirling patterns, the glowing blue marker, the delicate balance of what they were and what they had become. What about the ones who refused, the ones who fled, Vesper and her people? McCoy shook his head slowly. "They're beyond our reach, deep space. The Vanguard is fast and they had a head start. No one knows where they went. They could be anywhere or nowhere." "Will they survive?" "I don't know." McCoy's voice was quiet. "Maybe, maybe not. They're young and they're angry and they're scared. But they're also Gelovaaren. They've survived for 500 years. They'll survive or they won't. The choice was theirs. And the ones who remained, the uncertain ones. The uncertain ones are on their way to the new world. McCoy turned to face them. They're still watching, still waiting, still hoping. The Federation has set aside a planet in the Beta Quadrant, uninhabited, rich in resources, far from major trade routes. They'll have time to rebuild, time to grow, time to decide who they want to be. Kirk turned to face them, without fear. McCoy hesitated. Without the fear of being hunted, but not without fear. There will always be fear. The marker doesn't erase that, it just redirects it. It changes the target. To what? To the future. McCoy's voice was soft. To the challenge of being seen. To the work of proving themselves. To the long, slow task of building trust where there was only suspicion before. Spock raised an eyebrow. That is not a small task. It may take generations. No, McCoy agreed. But it's a task. Before they had nothing. Now they have a chance. A chance is more than they ever had before. Kirk nodded slowly. He turned to the window. The stars stretched out before him, endless and cold. The marker is stable, he said. The Gelovaaren are on their way. The Federation has accepted the protocols. The uncertain ones are watching. The young ones have fled. That sounds like the end, McCoy said. It's not the end. Kirk turned back to face them. It's the beginning of what I don't know, but it's a beginning. Captain's quarters, Enterprise later. Kirk sat at his desk, studying the technical data on the marker. The numbers and diagrams meant little to him. He was a captain, not a scientist. But he understood the implications. He understood the weight of what they had done. Spock sat across from him, reviewing his own notes. The silence between them was comfortable, familiar, the silence of two people who had known each other long enough that words were not always necessary. The marker is elegant, Spock said. Dr. McCoy's solution is surprisingly efficient for a man who claims to dislike technology. His method is both precise and elegant. Kirk looked up. He still hates it. I am aware. Spock set down his datapad. But hate does not prevent effectiveness. In some cases, it enhances it. The desire to cause as little harm as possible drove him to create something that causes no harm at all, only visibility. What do you mean? Spock considered. Dr. McCoy's reluctance to create the marker forced him to make it as unobtrusive as possible. He did not want to brand the Gelovaaren. He did not want to hurt them. He did not want to change who they are. So he found a way to make the marker invisible to the naked eye, harmless to their biology, undetectable without specialized equipment, and permanent without being destructive. It is a remarkable achievement. That doesn't sound like a brand. To the Gelovaaren, it may feel like one. They may feel marked. They may feel exposed. They may feel that something has been taken from them that they can never get back. Spock paused. But to the rest of the galaxy, it is simply a fact, like blood type, like retinal pattern, like genetic code. It is a piece of data, nothing more. Kirk nodded slowly. Do you think it will work? Not the marker will work. I mean the plan, the trust, the future. Spock raised an eyebrow. You are asking whether the Gelovaaren will be accepted. Yes. Spock was silent for a long moment. His fingers steepled beneath his chin. His eyes grew distant. I do not know, Captain. The galaxy is vast and full of prejudice. There will be those who fear the Gelovaaren regardless of the marker. There will be those who hate them simply because they are different. There will be those who see the marker and see a target, not a neighbor. But the marker gives them a chance they did not have before. It makes them visible. It makes them accountable. It makes it possible for them to be known, truly known. The rest is up to them and up to us. And us. We must learn to see them. Spock's voice was quiet. Not as threats, not as victims, as neighbors, as fellow travelers in this galaxy, as beings who have endured centuries of suffering and are now trying to find their way. Kirk stood up and walked to the window. The stars stretched out before him. Neighbors, he repeated. That's a lot to ask. Perhaps, Spock rose from his chair. But it is not more than we have asked of others. The Vulcans were not trusted when we first joined the Federation. The Andorians were not trusted. The Tellarites were not trusted. Trust is earned, Captain. It cannot be given. It must be built, one day at a time, one encounter at a time. Kirk nodded slowly. Let's hope the Gelovaaren have the patience to earn it. They have waited 500 years, Captain. They can wait a little longer. Chapter 27, The Rebellion. Stardate 5929.23. For days the uncertain ones had watched. They had seen the marker take hold. They had seen their people glow with the steady blue light of visibility. They had seen the Federation ships arrive to escort them to a new world. They had watched and waited and hoped for a sign, and some of them had decided they would not go. The marker was not for them. The new world was not for them. The future that Counselor Thurin had chosen was not the future they wanted. They would find their own way. Shuttle Bay, Enterprise night. The shuttle bay was dark. Emergency lighting cast long, wavering shadows across the deck, and the air was cold. The environmental systems had been set to minimum, conserving power for the long journey ahead. The only sounds were the soft hum of the ship's systems and the distant echo of footsteps somewhere above. Kirk stood at the edge of the bay, watching the last of the Gelovaaren shuttles prepare for departure. Beside him stood Spock, his arms still in the sling, his expression unreadable. Behind them, a small group of security officers waited, phasers holstered, eyes watchful. They had been called to the bay minutes ago, alerted by sensors showing unauthorized activity. "Captain," Spock said, "the young ones have refused the marker." Kirk nodded. He had known this was coming. He had seen it in their eyes during the long days of waiting, during the negotiations, during the final hours before the marker was administered. The uncertainty hardening into defiance, the fear hardening into anger, the hope hardening into a desperate, reckless courage. How many? 47. Mostly adolescents, though some are younger. They have taken control of the shuttle Vanguard and are demanding permission to leave. Demanding. They are not asking, Captain. Spock's voice was calm. They have made their choice. They waited until the others departed. Now they are acting. They have sealed the shuttle's hatch and are refusing all communication except with you. Kirk walked toward the shuttle. The bay was silent except for the soft hum of the ship's systems. The Vanguard sat on its launch cradle, its engines glowing faintly, its running lights blinking in the darkness. A voice crackled over the comm. "Captain Kirk, we do not wish to harm anyone. We simply wish to leave." Kirk recognized the voice, a young Gelovaar named Vesper, one of the leaders of the rebellion. He had met her once briefly during the negotiations. She had been angry then, her young face flushed with indignation. She sounded angrier now, but beneath the anger he heard fear. "Vesper," Kirk said, "you don't have to leave. The marker is not a punishment. It is a cage." Her voice was sharp, cutting through the static. "You cannot understand. You have never been invisible. You have never had to hide. You have never felt the fear of being seen, of being known, of being hunted. You do not know what it feels like to be visible. Then help me understand. Open the hatch. Let's talk." A long pause. Then the shuttle's hatch hissed open. Vesper stepped out. She had taken human form, a young woman with dark hair and pale skin, her eyes blazing with defiance. She wore a simple gray jumpsuit and her hands were clenched at her sides. Behind her, other young Gelovaaren followed, their forms shifting, uncertain. Some of them looked barely old enough to be away from their parents. "You want to understand," Vesper said. "Then listen. We have been running for 500 years. Running and hiding. The marker will make us visible, but it will not make us safe. It will not make them trust us. It will only make us easier to find. The marker will make it possible for others to trust you. It will take time, but—" "Trust," Vesper laughed bitterly. "No one trusts what they can see. They only trust what they know. And they do not know us. They will never know us. They will see the marker and they will see a threat. They will see everything we have ever been afraid of. They could, if you give them a chance. We have given chances, we have tried." Her voice cracked. "And every time we have been hunted, every time we have been driven back, every time we have lost someone, friends, family, children." Kirk stepped closer, his hands raised, palms open. "What do you want, Vesper?" "I want to be free." Her voice was quiet now, almost a whisper. "Not safe, not trusted, free. I want to go where no one knows my name, where no one cares about the marker, where I can be invisible again, not because I'm hiding, but because no one is looking." "And where will you go?" "Far from here, beyond Federation space, beyond any space." She turned to face the other young Gelovaaren. "We will find our own world. We will make our own rules. We will build our own future without markers, without handlers, without anyone telling us who we have to be. And if you can't, then we will die trying." Her voice was steady now. "It is better than living in a cage." Kirk was silent for a long moment. He thought of the young ones, barely more than children, choosing exile over visibility. He thought of the uncertain ones, still watching, still waiting, still hoping. He thought of Vesper's words, "We have lost someone, friends, family, children." "Vesper," he said finally, "I cannot stop you. I will not stop you, but I want you to know that the door is always open. If you change your minds, if you want to come back, we will welcome you. No questions, no judgments. Just welcome." Vesper stared at him. For a moment her defiance flickered. Something softened in her face, something that might have been gratitude or surprise or simply exhaustion. "Thank you, Captain Kirk." She turned and walked back into the shuttle. The hatch closed. The Vanguard lifted off. Bridge, Enterprise, continuous. Kirk stood on the bridge, watching the shuttle disappear into the darkness of space. The viewscreen showed the Vanguard growing smaller and smaller until it was just a point of light. Then it was gone. "They're gone," Sulu said quietly. "Yes," Kirk nodded. "They are." Chekhov looked up from his sensor console. "Captain, I am tracking their trajectory. They are heading toward the outer rim, beyond Federation space, beyond known space. Any chance they'll change their minds?" Chekhov shook his head. "Their course is steady. They are not slowing. They are not turning back." Kirk turned to Spock. "What do you think?" Spock considered. "They are young, Captain, young and frightened and angry. They have been watching, waiting, uncertain. Now they have made their choice. They may survive. They may not, but the decision is theirs. They have chosen exile over visibility. It is not what I would have chosen, but I am not them. And the others, the ones who stayed, they have accepted the marker. They are on their way to their new world. The uncertain ones are now certain in one direction or another. There is no more waiting." Kirk nodded slowly. He had done what he could. He had offered them a chance. Some had taken it, some had not. Some had chosen the unknown. Some had chosen the known. The future would tell which was wiser. "Captain," Uhura said, "Counselor Thurin has been informed. He asks that we not pursue them." Kirk nodded. "We won't. They've earned their freedom even if we don't agree with their choice, even if we think they're wrong. He turned to the view screen. The stars stretched out before him, endless and cold. Mr. Sulu set course for our original mission, ahead warp 6. Aye, Captain. Captain's quarters, Enterprise night. Kirk sat at his desk, staring at the model of the Enterprise. The lights were dim. The ship was quiet. The only sound was the soft hum of the environmental systems and the distant echo of footsteps in the corridor. He had been thinking about the young ones, Vesper and the others, flying into the unknown. He had been thinking about the ones who stayed, carrying the marker, facing a future they had never imagined. He had been thinking about the uncertain ones, now certain, now committed, now moving toward a world they had never seen. Spock entered without knocking. It was a habit he had developed over the years, a sign of familiarity, of trust. "Captain, you should rest." "I know." Kirk did not look up. "I can't." Spock sat down across from him. "The young ones made their choice. You cannot change it. You cannot undo it. You can only accept it." "I know." "Then why do you dwell on it?" Kirk finally looked up. "Because I keep wondering if there was something else I could have done, something I could have said, some other way." Spock raised an eyebrow. "You offered them a chance. You offered them a future. You offered them the same thing you offered the others. You offered them a door, and they chose to walk through it. In a different direction, perhaps, but still through a door. And they refused the marker." "Yes," Spock's voice was quiet. "They refused. That is their right. They have chosen their own path. It may lead to ruin. It may lead to glory. It may lead to nothing at all. But it is their path." Kirk was silent for a long moment. Then, "Do you think they'll be okay?" Spock considered. "They are Gelovaaren. They have survived for 500 years. They will survive or they will not. The choice was theirs. The consequences will be theirs. The future will be theirs." Kirk nodded slowly. He turned to the window. The stars stretched out before him, endless and cold. Somewhere out there, the young ones were flying into the unknown. Somewhere out there, Vesper was standing on the bridge of the Vanguard, watching the stars streak past, wondering if she had made the right choice. He hoped she had. He hoped they all had. He sat in the darkness and watched the stars. Chapter 28, The Farewell. Stardate 5929.24. The base on Kruval II was empty now. Most of the Gelovaaren had already departed for their new world, carried aboard the Federation ships that waited in orbit. The corridors were silent, the rooms dark. Dust motes danced in the beams of emergency lighting, and the air was cold. The environmental systems had been shut down in all but the most essential areas. Only a few remained. Those who had chosen to stay behind, to watch, to wait, to see what the future would bring. And two who had come to say goodbye. Gelovaaren base, council chamber night. The council chamber was dim, lit only by the faint glow of emergency lighting and the soft blue pulse of the marker that now resided in every Gelovaar who had chosen to stay. The walls were bare, the seats empty. The great table where Counselor Thurin had once presided over meetings was gone, dismantled and loaded onto one of the transports. The room felt like a tomb or a womb. Something had died here. Something was about to be born. DelVesta stood at the center of the chamber, his form pulsing with the deep blue light of the marker. He had not taken human form. He had not wanted to. He wanted to remember this moment as himself, as the Gelovaar he had always been, beneath the lies he had believed, beneath the borrowed memories, beneath the stolen face. Beside him stood Vuruuk, her form intertwined with his, their lights blending, merging, becoming one, as if they were two halves of a single whole. They had been together for years as DelVesta and Vuruuk, as captain and commander, as lovers. They had believed they were human. They had believed they were real. They had believed their love was a lie. Now they knew the truth. The love was real. The rest was just details, and they had come to say goodbye. Captain Kirk, DelVesta said. His voice echoed in Kirk's mind, soft and steady, like the distant sound of waves on a shore far below. Thank you for coming. Kirk stood in the doorway, his hands clasped behind his back. Spock and McCoy flanked him, silent, watchful. They had come to witness this moment. They had come to honor these two who had been their enemies, and in some strange, unexpected way, their friends. You didn't have to ask, Kirk said. I would have come anyway. We know. Vuruuk's form pulsed, a warm, golden light beneath the blue. That is why we asked. That is why we knew you would come. DelVesta's form shifted, flowing into a shape that might have been a nod, might have been a bow. We wanted to say goodbye, properly, as ourselves, not as the people we pretended to be, not as the copies we thought we were, as who we are now. You are yourselves, Kirk said. You've always been yourselves, you just didn't know it. The faces changed. The memories were borrowed, but the being beneath that was always you. We were copies, Vuruuk said. Copies of people who existed. We had their memories, their emotions, their loves, their fears. But we were not them. We were imitations, echoes, shadows. You were you, Spock said. His voice was calm, measured, but there was something beneath it, something that might have been compassion. The memories may have been borrowed, the emotions may have been copied, but the choices were yours, the love was yours, the fear was yours, the courage was yours. The shadow is not the tree, but it is cast by the tree. It is real. DelVesta was silent for a long moment. His form pulsed slowly, thoughtfully, as if he were turning Spock's words over in his mind, examining them from every angle. Spock is right, he said finally. The memories were borrowed, but the love was real. The fear was real. The hope was real. The grief was real. We were real. We are real. Yes, Kirk said, you are. Vuruuk's form pulsed, a soft, gentle rhythm like a heartbeat. We have accepted the marker. We will go to the new world with the others. We will rebuild. We will grow. We will learn who we are without the lies, without the borrowed faces, without the stolen memories. And your children, McCoy asked. His voice was quiet, almost hesitant. If you have children, if you choose to have children. They will carry the marker, DelVesta said. They will be visible. They will be known. They will not have to hide. They will not have to pretend to be something they are not. That is more than we ever had. That is more than we ever dreamed possible. Kirk stepped closer. The emergency lights cast long shadows across his face. What will you do there, on the new world? Everything, Vuruuk said. We will build homes. We will grow food. We will learn to live without fear. We will learn to trust. We will learn to be a people, not a collection of frightened refugees, but a community, a culture, a civilization. And each other. Especially each other. DelVesta's form pulsed warmly, the blue light flickering with hints of gold. We have been together for years. We have loved each other through lies and truth, through deception and revelation, through fear and hope. We will love each other through whatever comes in, whatever happens, wherever we go. McCoy cleared his throat. He stepped forward, his hands clasped behind his back. I'm sorry for what we did, for the marker, for taking away your invisibility, for making you visible whether you wanted to be or not. You did not take it away, Vuruuk said. You gave us visibility. You gave us a chance to be seen. You gave us a chance to be known. That is more than we ever had. That is more than we ever dared to hope for. The marker is not a punishment, DelVesta added. It is a key. It opens doors that have been closed to us for centuries. It allows us to walk through them not as shadows but as ourselves. DelVesta's form shifted. His light pulsed once, twice, 3 times. We came to say goodbye, but also to say thank you for seeing us, for not hunting us, for giving us a chance. You don't need to thank us, Kirk said. We do, DelVesta's form pulsed. You saw us, not as monsters, not as threats, not as enemies, as people, as beings who were lost and needed help. You saw us. That is more than anyone has done for us in 500 years. Kirk was silent for a long moment. Then, where will you go now? To the transports, Vuruuk said. To the new world, to the future, to whatever comes next. And the young ones, Vesper and the others, the ones who fled into deep space. DelVesta's form pulsed sadly, the blue light dimming for a moment. We hope they survive. We hope they find what they are looking for. We hope they come back someday. We hope they find their way home. And if they don't, then we will remember them. Vuruuk's form pulsed warmly, the light flickering with hints of gold and silver. We will tell their stories. We will keep their memories alive. We will sing songs of their courage, their defiance, their hope. They are our children, even if they do not wish to be, even if they never return. Kirk stepped back. Farewell, DelVesta, Vuruuk. May your journey be safe. May your new world be kind. May your future be bright. And yours, Captain Kirk, DelVesta's form pulsed. May your stars always shine. May your ship always fly true. May your crew always be safe. The light of their forms pulsed once, twice, 3 times. Then they turned and walked toward the transports. Observation Lounge, Enterprise Night. Kirk stood alone at the window, watching the transports lift off from the surface of Kruval II. The lights of the ships grew smaller and smaller until they were just points of light against the velvet darkness of space. Then they were gone. Spock entered without knocking. It was a habit he had developed over the years, a sign of familiarity, of trust, of friendship. Captain, the last transports have cleared the atmosphere. The Federation ships are preparing to depart. The Farragut signals ready. The Hood and the Republic are standing by. Kirk nodded. Set course for our original mission, ahead warp 6, let's go home. Aye, Captain. Spock turned to leave, then paused. He stood in the doorway, his arm still in the sling, his expression unreadable. Captain, do you think we will see them again? DelVesta and Vuruuk, the Gelovaaren. Kirk was silent for a long moment. He stared out at the stars, at the darkness between them, at the countless worlds waiting to be explored. I don't know, Spock, I hope so. He paused. The galaxy is vast. Strange things happen. People cross paths in unexpected ways. That is not an answer. It's the only one I have. Spock nodded. He seemed to understand. He left. Kirk turned back to the window. The stars stretched out before him, endless and cold, full of mystery and promise. Somewhere out there, DelVesta and Vuruuk were beginning a new life. Somewhere out there, Vesper and the young ones were flying into the unknown. Somewhere out there, the uncertain ones were watching, waiting, hoping. He hoped they all found what they were looking for. He hoped they all found peace. He hoped the future would be kind. The Enterprise leaped into warp. The stars became streaks of light, and Kirk stood alone in the darkness, watching them fade. Chapter 29, Uhura's Song. Stardate 5929.25. The Enterprise was quiet. Not the silence of danger, the red alert lights were dark, the klaxons silent. Not the silence of tension, the crew was no longer holding their breath, waiting for the next crisis. This was the silence of healing. The quiet that settles over a ship after a storm, when the wounded have been tended and the dead have been honored, and the living are learning to breathe again. Kirk sat in the command chair, watching the stars streak past on the view screen. They were on course for their original mission, a survey of an unexplored nebula on the edge of Federation space. The kind of mission they had done 100 times before. The kind of mission that felt almost normal, but nothing felt normal anymore. He could still see DelVesta's form pulsing with the blue light of the marker. Could still hear Vesper's voice cracking with defiance. Could still feel the weight of Counselor Thurin's gratitude pressing against his mind like a physical thing. He closed his eyes. "Captain," Uhura said softly. She had risen from her communication station and now stood beside the command chair, her hands clasped in front of her, her expression gentle. "May I?" Kirk opened his eyes. He looked at her. Her face was calm, but he saw the exhaustion beneath the dark circles, the tension around her eyes, the way her shoulders slumped slightly. "Of course," he said. "Always." Recreation deck, Enterprise night. The recreation deck was crowded. Most of the crew had gathered there not for a party, not for a celebration, but simply to be together. To remind themselves that they were alive, that they had survived, that they were still a crew, still a family, still the Enterprise. The lights were dim. The artificial sun had been set to twilight, casting long, soft shadows across the deck. The usual hum of the environmental system seemed quieter, as if the ship itself was listening. And in the center of the deck, on the small stage where performances were sometimes held, Uhura stood alone. She held no instrument. She needed none. She closed her eyes, and she began to sing. "Malaika, nakupenda malaika." The words were Swahili, the language of her grandmother, the language of her childhood, the language of songs sung in the kitchen while dinner cooked and the world outside was dark and cold. They flowed from her like water, like wind, like something ancient and unbreakable. "Malaika, nakupenda malaika." The crew fell silent. Even the engineers who never stopped talking stopped talking. Even the security officers who never stopped watching stopped watching. Even the cooks, who were always preparing for the next meal, stopped preparing. They listened. "Ninjakuo amali wiu, ninjakuo adada." The song was about love, about loss, about longing, about the hope that tomorrow would be better than today, about the ache of separation and the joy of reunion, about the way the heart holds on to what it loves, even when the mind says let go. "Zangu hazen amali way, ninjakuo amali wiu." Kirk leaned against the back wall, his arms crossed. He had heard Uhura sing before many times, but this was different. This was not a performance. This was a gift. Spock stood beside him, his head slightly tilted, his eyes fixed on Uhura. His expression was unreadable, but his hands hung still at his sides and his breathing had slowed. McCoy stood on Kirk's other side, his arms crossed, his eyes closed. A single tear traced a path down his cheek. "Malaika, nakupenda malaika." Uhura's voice rose, filled the room, filled their hearts. She sang of stars and dreams and the endless dark between them. She sang of home and exile and the courage to keep going when everything inside you screamed to stop. "Pesa zasumbu roho yangu, pesa zasumbu roho yangu." She sang for the ones who had been lost, the crew members who had spent weeks in the dark, the Gelovaaren who had fled into deep space, the ones who would never come home. "Ninjakuo amali wiu, ninjakuo amali wiu." She sang for the ones who had stayed, DelVesta and Vuruuk, Counselor Thurin and his people, the uncertain ones who had chosen to trust. "Malaika, nakupenda malaika." McCoy opened his eyes. He wiped the tear from his cheek with the back of his hand. He did not speak. He did not need to. Sulu stood near the front of the crowd, his hands clasped behind his back. His eyes were wet, but his jaw was set. Chekhov stood beside him, his young face pale, his lips moving silently as if he were trying to memorize the words. Scotty leaned against a bulkhead, his arms crossed, his head bowed. "Come Buchanikata, come Buchanikata." The song swelled, reached its peak, began to fade. Malaika nakupenda malaika. The last note hung in the air, shimmering, trembling. Then it was gone. The silence that followed was not empty. It was full of memory, full of hope, full of the knowledge that they had survived, and that surviving was not the same as living, but it was a start. It was a beginning. It was a foundation upon which something new could be built. Uhura lowered her head. Her hands fell to her sides. Her shoulders shook slightly. For a moment, no one moved. Then, one by one, the crew began to clap. Not loudly, not wildly, softly, gently, as if they were afraid of breaking the spell, of shattering the fragile peace that had settled over them. Kirk pushed himself off the wall and walked toward her. His footsteps were soft on the deck. "Thank you, Uhura," he said. "That was beautiful." She looked up at him, her eyes shining with tears. "It's an old song, Captain. My grandmother taught it to me. She said it was about the ones we love and the ones we've lost. She said it was about the hope that someday, somehow, we would see them again." Then it was perfect. She smiled. It was a small smile, fragile but real. "Thank you, Captain." "No, Uhura, thank you." Captain's quarters, Enterprise later. Kirk sat at his desk, staring at the model of the Enterprise. The lights were dim. The ship was quiet. He could still hear Uhura's song in his head. The melody lingered, soft and sad and hopeful, winding through his thoughts like a river through a valley. Spock entered without knocking. It was a habit he had developed over the years, a sign of familiarity, of trust, of friendship. "Captain, the crew's morale has improved significantly. Dr. Uhura's performance appears to have had a measurable positive effect on psychological well-being." Kirk almost smiled. "You're welcome, Spock." It was not a compliment. It was an observation. Of course it was. Spock sat down across from him. His arm was still in the sling, but his movements were easier now, the pain less sharp. "Do you think the Gelovaaren will sing, Captain, on their new world?" Kirk considered. He thought of Counselor Thurin's voice echoing in his mind. He thought of DelVesta and Vuruuk, their forms intertwined, their lights blending. He thought of Vesper and the young ones flying into the unknown. "I hope so," he said. "Singing is what people do when they've stopped running, when they've found a place to stand, when they've found something worth singing about." Spock nodded. "Then perhaps they will sing." "Perhaps." They sat in silence, listening to the hum of the ship. Somewhere out there, the Gelovaaren were beginning a new life. Somewhere out there, a song was waiting to be sung. Somewhere out there, Uhura's grandmother was smiling. Chapter 30, Kirk's final words. Stardate 5929.26. Bridge was quiet. The night shift had taken over and most of the crew were asleep. Kirk sat in the command chair, alone with his thoughts, watching the stars streak past on the view screen. He had been thinking about the Gelovaaren, about DelVesta and Vuruuk, about Vesper and the young ones, about the uncertain ones, now certain, now committed, now moving toward a future they had never imagined. The Enterprise had changed their fate. They had given them a chance. But his mind kept drifting to something else. Something smaller, something softer, something that had been bothering him for weeks, the Tribbles. He had seen them only once, a brief encounter on a space station years ago. A shipment of grain, a misunderstanding, a sudden infestation of small, furry creatures that purred when they were happy and multiplied at an alarming rate. He had thought the problem was solved. The Tribbles had been beamed away, relocated to a planet where they could live in peace. But he had not thought about them since. Not until now. Something was nagging at him, a detail he had missed, a question he had not asked. The Enterprise had changed their fate too. Captain's quarters, Enterprise later. Kirk sat at his desk, a cup of coffee growing cold beside him. He had not slept. He could not sleep. He picked up his communicator. Kirk to Spock. "Spock here, Captain." "Spock, I've been thinking about the Tribbles. Do you remember them? A pause. I remember them, Captain. They were memorable. Do you remember what happened to them? They were beamed to a planet in the Sherman system, a world with no natural predators and abundant food supplies. They were expected to thrive and multiply. Indeed. Kirk leaned back in his chair. Spock, did we ever check on them? Did anyone? Another pause. I do not believe so, Captain. The incident was considered closed. Spock, I want you to pull up the files. Everything we have on the Tribbles. Their biology, their reproduction, their habits. I want to know if there's something we missed. May I ask why, Captain? Kirk was silent for a moment. Because we changed their fate, Spock. We took them from the space station. We sent them to that planet. We decided where they would live, and we never looked back. I want to know what happened to them. Understood, Captain. I will begin the analysis immediately. Spock out. Observation Lounge, Enterprise night. Kirk stood alone at the window, staring out at the stars. The blue star was no longer visible. They had left it far behind, but its memory lingered. Spock entered, a data pad in his hand. Captain, I have completed my analysis. There is something unusual about the Tribbles that we did not record at the time. Kirk turned. Tell me. Spock sat down across from him. The Tribbles' reproductive rate is extraordinary, but it is not infinite. Based on the data from Space Station K7, I have extrapolated that their reproductive phase lasts approximately 30 days. After that, their reproductive organs atrophy and they cease to reproduce entirely. And then they continue to grow, slowly. They reach full maturity after approximately 1 year. At that stage, their biology changes significantly. What changes? Spock raised an eyebrow. They develop hands capable of fine manipulation, feet capable of walking upright, vocal cords capable of complex speech, including imitation of other species' voices, and eyes, large, dark, capable of seeing in low light. Kirk was silent for a long moment. Spock, are you telling me that the Tribbles are intelligent, that they can talk, that they have hands? I believe so, Captain. The juvenile Tribbles we encountered were children, not yet developed. But if left alone, they would have matured into something far more advanced than we ever knew. And we beamed them to a planet. Kirk's voice was quiet. We left them there, unsupervised. We never checked on them. We never followed up. Yes, Captain, that is correct. Kirk stood up and walked to the window. Spock, the Gelovaaren are heading to their new world. The Federation is watching over them. They have a future, but the Tribbles have no one. They have been alone on that planet for years. We have no idea what has become of them. Understood, Captain. Shall I adjust our course? Kirk hesitated. The Gelovaaren were on their way to a new world. The Enterprise had a mission, a survey of an unexplored nebula, but the Tribbles were a mystery, a responsibility, a promise he had forgotten he made. Spock, the Gelovaaren come first. We need to make sure they reach their new world safely. We need to ensure the marker is working. We need to follow through on our commitment to them. Logical, Captain. But after that, Kirk turned to face him. After that, we go to Sherman. I want to see what became of the Tribbles. I want to know if they survived. I want to know if they grew. I want to know if they became something more than we ever imagined. The Enterprise changed their fate. We owe it to them to see what that fate became. Spock nodded. A wise decision, Captain. The unknown is always worth exploring. Kirk turned back to the window. Somewhere out there, the Tribbles were waiting. They had been children when he last saw them, small, furry, helpless. They had been beamed to a planet and forgotten. They had no one to watch over them, no one to guide them, no one to care, but they had grown. They had changed. They had become something new. He hoped they were friendly. He hoped they remembered. He hoped they would forgive him for leaving them behind. Captain's quarters, Enterprise, later. Kirk sat at his desk, a cup of coffee growing cold beside him. He had not slept. He could not sleep, but he had made his decision. He picked up his communicator. Kirk to Spock. Spock here, Captain. Spock, our course is set. First the Gelovaaren, then the Nebula, and then the Sherman system. The Tribbles deserve to be seen. We changed their fate. Now we need to see what that fate became. Understood, Captain. I will note it in the log. Do that, Spock, and Spock. Yes, Captain. Thank you. For what, Captain? For being patient with me, for listening to my instincts, for trusting me when I don't have all the answers. Spock was silent for a moment. That is what first officers do, Captain. It is not trust, it is duty. Kirk almost smiled. Of course it is. He set down the communicator. The stars stretched out before him, endless and cold. Somewhere out there the Tribbles were waiting. He would find them. He would see what they had become. He would learn what happened to the creatures whose fate the Enterprise had changed, and he would make peace with the past. Chapter 31, The Epilogue. Stardate 5930. The Sherman system was unremarkable. A yellow star, 5 planets, a scattering of asteroids. Nothing on the sensors suggested anything unusual. No distress calls. No energy signatures. No signs of advanced civilization. Just the quiet hum of a star going about its business and the soft whisper of planets turning on their axes. Kirk sat in the command chair, watching the main view screen. The planet where the Tribbles had been beamed, Sherman's planet as it had come to be called, rotated slowly against the blackness of space. It looked peaceful, quiet, ordinary, blue skies, white clouds, green continents. A world that had been empty when they left it. A world that might now be home to something new. Anything, Spock. Spock looked up from his science station, his fingers dancing over the controls. No artificial structures, Captain. No energy signatures. No signs of technology as we understand it. However, he paused, adjusting his sensors. I am detecting a large number of small, warm-bodied life forms in the northern hemisphere. They appear to be clustered in a single location. Approximately 50,000 individuals. 50,000, Kirk sat forward. That's more than we left behind. The Tribbles' reproductive rate is extraordinary, Captain. Even accounting for the cessation of reproduction at maturity, 50,000 is well within expected parameters. They have thrived. And the adults, the ones who would have stopped reproducing. Spock raised an eyebrow. The biosignatures are consistent with the data from Space Station K7, but there are variations. Some are larger. Some have different thermal signatures. I cannot be certain without a closer look. Kirk nodded. Take us down, Mr. Sulu, standard orbit. Aye, Captain. Transporter room, Enterprise later. The transporter room was crowded. Kirk stood on the platform, his hands clasped behind his back, his jaw set. Beside him stood Spock, his tricorder ready, his eyes sharp. Behind them, a security team waited, phasers holstered, watching. McCoy had insisted on coming. If there are Tribbles, someone might need a doctor, even furry ones. Energize, Kirk said. The world dissolved into shimmering light. Sherman's planet, day. The air was warm and soft, carrying the scent of grass and flowers and something else, something sweet like honey. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves of tall trees, and in the distance, a river sparkled in the sunlight, its waters clear and bright. And everywhere, Tribbles. Not the tiny, squeaking creatures Kirk remembered from the space station. These were larger, the size of small dogs, with sleek, glossy fur and bright, intelligent eyes. Their fur came in shades of brown, gray, white, and gold, and they sat on their haunches in neat rows, their small hands folded in their laps, their heads tilted as they watched the landing party materialize. They were not afraid. They were curious. One of them stepped forward. It was larger than the others, its fur silver-white, its eyes a deep, knowing amber. It moved with a grace that seemed almost human, its small feet stepping carefully on the soft grass. It stopped a few meters from Kirk and looked up at him. Then it opened its mouth and spoke, "Captain Kirk." The voice was soft, melodic, almost musical. It was not the purr of a tribble. It was speech clear, deliberate, perfectly formed. Kirk felt a shiver run down his spine. Behind him he heard McCoy mutter, "I'll be damned." "You know me?" Kirk asked. "We remember." The creature inclined its head, a gesture that was somehow both alien and familiar. "You are the one who brought us here. You are the one who gave us this world. You are the one who gave us a chance." Kirk was silent for a long moment. The creature waited, patient still. "I didn't know," he said finally. "I didn't know you would become this." "Neither did we." The creature's eyes glowed softly, a warm amber light. "We were children then. We did not understand what we were, what we could become. We did not know that we would grow. We did not know that we would change, but we grew, we learned, we became." Spock raised his tricorder, scanning. "Fascinating. Their brain activity is comparable to that of humans. Their vocal apparatus is capable of complex speech, including mimicry and original language formation. And their hands." He knelt down, examining a smaller tribble that had approached him. It held up its tiny hands, showing him its fingers. "They have opposable thumbs, fully developed." "You left us here," the silver creature said. "Alone, but we were not alone. We had each other. We had this world. We had time." "Did you suffer?" Kirk asked. The creature seemed to consider the question. Its eyes dimmed for a moment, then brightened. "Suffer," it repeated. "We were afraid at first. We did not know where we were. We did not know if we would survive. The days were cold. The nights were long. We had no shelter, no tools, no knowledge of this world. And then we grew." The creature spread its small hands. "We learned which plants were food. We learned which places were warm. We learned to work together. We built a society, a small one, a simple one, but it is ours and we are proud of it." Kirk knelt down, bringing himself to the creature's eye level. "I'm sorry for leaving you, for not checking on you, for forgetting." The creature tilted its head. Its eyes glowed warmly. "There is no need for sorrow, Captain. You gave us a gift. You gave us a world. You gave us a future. That is more than we ever had before. That is more than we ever dreamed possible." Kirk smiled. It was a small smile, fragile but real. "May we visit you, from time to see how you're doing?" The creature's eyes glowed brighter. "You will always be welcome, Captain Kirk. This world is our home, but it is also yours. You gave it to us. You will always have a place here." Bridge Enterprise later. Kirk sat in the command chair, watching Sherman's planet grow smaller on the view screen. The Tribbles, the people, as they called themselves, had gathered to watch them leave. Hundreds of them standing on their hind legs, their small hands raised in farewell. Some of them were singing a soft, melodic hum that carried across the distance. "They are a remarkable species, Captain," Spock said. "Their development is unprecedented. In less than a decade, they have evolved from simple breeders to a fully sentient, technologically capable civilization. They have developed language, society, culture. They didn't evolve, Spock. They grew up." Spock raised an eyebrow. "That is not a scientific distinction, Captain." "Maybe not." Kirk turned to face him. But it's an important one. They were children, they became adults. That's not evolution, that's life. Spock considered this. A valid point, Captain, I stand corrected. Captain, Uhura said, the people are requesting a final communication. A song, they say, for the journey. Put it through. The view screen flickered. The silver creature appeared, its eyes warm, its voice soft. Behind it, the other tribbles swayed gently, their voices rising in a soft, melodic hum. Captain Kirk, we wanted to thank you for coming back, for seeing us, for remembering. We sang for you when you arrived. We will sing for you now as you leave. May the song carry you safely on your journey. The song began. It was wordless, a melody that rose and fell like waves on a shore, like wind through trees, like the heartbeat of the world itself. It was ancient and new, strange and familiar. It filled the bridge, filled their hearts, filled the space between the stars. Kirk listened. When the song ended, the creature inclined its head. Farewell, Captain. May your journeys be safe. May your stars always shine. May you always find your way home. And yours, Kirk's voice was heavy. May your world be kind, may your children be strong, may your future be bright. The view screen went dark. Captain's quarters, Enterprise, night. Kirk sat at his desk, staring at the model of the Enterprise. The lights were dim, the ship was quiet. The only sound was the soft hum of the environmental systems and the distant echo of footsteps in the corridor. Spock entered without knocking. Captain, our course is set for the nebula. We will arrive in approximately 3 days. The crew is rested. The ship is ready. Kirk nodded. Thank you, Spock. Spock sat down across from him. The tribbles, the people, they are a testament to the resilience of life, Captain. Left alone, they thrived. Given time, they grew. Given a chance, they became something new. Something beautiful. Kirk was silent for a long moment. Do you think we'll see them again? Spock raised an eyebrow. The galaxy is vast, Captain, but the Enterprise has a way of returning to places and people that matter. The Sherman system is not far from our usual patrol routes. I see no reason why we could not visit them again. Kirk almost smiled. Yes, it does. He turned to the window. The stars stretched out before him, endless and cold and warm and full of mystery, fade to black. Light years from Earth, the Enterprise presses onward on its long journey, venturing into regions of the galaxy that no human eye has ever seen. There are still many secrets in the depths of space, unsolved mysteries, strange phenomena, alien civilizations yet unknown. They all wait to be discovered, someday. Perhaps one day by a young generation searching for answers among the stars. Perhaps soon. The journey continues. The end.